Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the I Should Be Writing live stream. I am Derek Nicola, writer-producer here in Los Angeles, and the chat is already filled. Mookie, hi, how you doing today? Okay, let me get into it. What are you guys talking about? Oh, Mookie, that is what we call a typo. Yeah, I noticed it too, but it's too late to change it. You'll notice it gone next week. Also, on the image for the Write Today schedule, the word session is spelled correctly. Yeah, I came in early for work due to the large amount of snow we got overnight, and I am early for the stream for once, so excuse me for proofing. Oh my god, Mookie, leave your work at work. Oh, but I mean, it's a writing stream. Yeah, you should be judging me. Judge harshly. Thank you so much. Derek is a creative writer, not a grammar teacher, apparently. That's true. Although I will pretend to teach grammar if it makes me some good content, y'all. Mookie says, I should not be too critical. I accidentally let a bad headline slip by for today's newspaper. Oh my god. Mookie, what's the worst headline you've ever seen? Did it have like a misplaced modifier? I feel like I feel like a bad headline is usually because of a misplaced modifier. So today, everybody, we're going to be putting up with me while I do some little vertical video recordings. Then we're going to have like a little quick reset setup, and then we'll do some live writing, basically editing actually, of The Ropesman's Tale. We're going to tackle chapter 4. And then we'll have a little break after that. It's going to go on for a while. Novel writing is long and it's tedious, but it's real. And then we're going to do a little digital writer's room. Is Gabe still in the room? We had a wonderful under 5-page commercial parody that we wrote last time, and I handed it off to Gabe. We have basically like some studio notes, as if you would get them from a studio or other director, which is what is the most modern YouTube version of the same content. So in the digital writer's room, I think if everybody is, if it's mostly the same people that we had last time, maybe we could do some punch-ups. Or if we have a handful of new people, we could also brainstorm a brand new idea in the style of what is the modern YouTube shootable version of said content, right? These ideas. So over the course of this stream, start gathering your ideas, things that you had, ideas for like a commercial or a sketch or a drama, a short, whatever it is. We'll turn it into something. Incomplete says, hey, I've not written anything for the script, but I did get 50,000 words in November written. That's fantastic. We do know that about 90,000 words will put you at the base level for a novel. So getting 50,000 words, you basically wrote a novella in November. November. That's really cool. Congratulations. Incomplete. Also, if you ever want to share any of that stuff, let us know. And then we have Mookie saying that the one that actually got the most complaints is one that I thought was funny. A dude could not make his court appearance, so the headline was, Man charged with indecent exposure, a no-show. What's wrong with that? I love it. You're right, it is funny. It does, it does kind of tell me what it's about. Why, who complained about this? Also, yeah, Incomplete, we should shout you out. We should do a little something. Let's, do this. I don't know, I wanted to like, Cheer you. There we go. Oh, I can't cheer my own channel? Boo. I'll give you one of my cool... This writer is on fire! Bitmojis. Okay, sorry. I wanted to cheer you, but I couldn't... Yeah, I guess you're right. It doesn't make sense to cheer your own channel. I was being insensitive. I think the complaints came from the guy's family. Oh, wow. Okay. I just gotta say, you get charged with indecent exposure, you miss your court date, and the action you take is to write the newspaper? Like, you have more going on in your life. Uh, that's funny. I don't know. I think it's funny, Mook. I think you probably have a wealth of really fun stories. We should get you a spec script for the paper, right? You're saying it hits really close to home to have all of your own authentic stories. I bet if we like went and really learned the voice of all of these characters and got you like a 30-minute, 28-page pilot script, you could probably submit it. I bet they would be lucky to have you. I don't know. Do you like working at the paper? Are you trying to be a screenwriter? It doesn't matter. Still would like to know. I don't know why I said it doesn't matter. I like it, Mook. So I'm gonna tell you, good job. And if that guy didn't like the headline, maybe he shouldn't have indecently exposed himself. Also, hello, Mama Buckle. What a time to join the stream. Come on in. The water's fine. We're just chatting, you know. Catching up on the day's news and everything. How is everyone? How are you, Mama? Are you streaming right now? No. Well, I agree. They are beautiful people. You will soon. What are you doing on your chat today? You want to brace everybody for what's coming up? Okay, cool. Cool. Let me actually get the chat up. There we go. Here we go. This is the chat. So people don't think I'm just talking at my screen. Sorry I didn't include it earlier. He's got to edit this high school football slideshow and don't necessarily want to stream it. Understood. Understood. But probably will because I'm going way too hard and it's taking me forever. Yeah. Just monetize the work you're already doing, Mama. I know it sounds so gross. Sometimes I get a certain ick factor from saying the word monetize. Remember those inside the actor studio and what's his name? James. James Lipton would say, he would ask those questions at the end. Sometimes he'd say, what's a word that brings you joy? What word do you hate the most? I feel like the one that makes me hurt the most is monetize. How do we monetize this? What a ruinous word. What a devastating word for late stage capitalism. What are you up to? That's Mama talking to me. Basically, we're going to, I'm going to do some quick, like 60-second diatribes for some vertical content. And then, quick reset, little setup, and then we're going to start live writing The Ropesman's Tale, which is my novel. We're actually in the editing phase, so for anybody who's interested in prose, just you get to see the tedious editing process, the poring over words, the reasons that I don't like a chapter, the reasons that I wrote the thing in the first place. And then we're going to take a little hydration break at around 3 o'clock and then come back and do a digital writer's room where everybody in the chat is going to get to participate. I'm going to bring up a big digital whiteboard. We're going to throw out a bunch of ideas, vote on them, on which ones are the most interesting, and work on them. Or if not enough people are here and don't want to participate, we will actually do punch-ups on our last idea, what is like the YouTube version of the commercial parody that we wrote last week, to make it a little bit more approachable, fun for Gabriel Saint to film. Buckle has opted to stream lately only when I am asleep. Play says now get into script is a whole different. I get what you meant to say, I think. If you send me your sleep schedule, I'm willing to work with it. Wow, Moog, you're so custom. I mean, wow, Mama, you're so customizable. James Lipton sort of creeped me out sometimes. I get that. I do. I do. He seems more like a character than a person, doesn't he? Play says we need a nano for scripts, like write X amount of pages in a month. What do you mean by nano? The last time I heard nano was in reference to an iPod, so, you know, consider me old. Mama says W stream. I don't know what that means. What does the W stand for? What is the name of the digital whiteboard app that you use? It's called Freeform. Freeform. It came with one of my Mac software updates. I mean, OS updates. And I love it. Yeah, you did. I was talking about writing for you, using our digital writers room to come up with the new YouTube version. Oh, it does? Oh, excellent. I love it. Wonderful. Gabe, if you want to, if you're here, do you want to just like reiterate the notes that you gave me for that commercial parody? Because we might do the punch-ups on it, or we might do something new. I'm not 100% sure. But from what I gather, it's like, what is the YouTube version of the commercial parody? We were kind of commercial parodying famous commercials from the late 80s, early 90s, Calvin Klein, Guess, and also taking notes from Jim Downey's. I was referencing Change Bank, one of his most famous SNL sketches. If you haven't checked out the Jim Downey documentary on Peacock, I believe it's streaming, do yourself a favor and do that. Gabriel says, nope, it's all in the writers. Okay, I can adjust as we got closer to shooting something. Okay, cool. You can play, okay, so last month was National Novel Writing Month. Try to write 50K in a month, but it'd be cool to have one like that for screenwriting. Yeah, absolutely. I can't give you 50K, but I can tell you to write, you can write, you could definitely write in a month, if you really set your mind to it and have enough time to set aside routinely, you can get a draft or two into a 30-minute pilot, like a little comedic pilot, just 30 pages. The screenplay format is a lot less dense than novel writing. It takes a lot more curation, a lot more editing, but you could definitely do that. Gabriel's so busy he has to use both hands at the same time while drawing. Oh my god. Yeah, Gabe doesn't like to celebrate his birthday, y'all. But the fact that he's mentioning it is kind of a miracle. Gabe, I've known you for like nearly 10 years, and you're like, don't bring up my birthday. I don't want anything for my birthday. Don't say happy birthday. If anything, you want to like be shooting on your birthday is usually the history of how that goes. Okay. Sorry. Oh, it's killing him to write that thank you about his birthday. Okay, I'm gonna take the chat out of the screen here, and y'all, we are going to talk about a few subjects. Hope you don't mind. But it doesn't matter if you do, because I'm gonna do them anyway. Okay. One second. Actually, just a few more minutes. I was just gonna wait for you to head out. My beautiful wife is about to take my beautiful dog out for a beautiful walk today. I'm gonna stay in here and look at the screen with you, babies. Okay, sorry, chat. Goodbye from the screen. I'll bring you back. The missus. Oh yeah, do you guys want a small little puppy break? Oh, 1 second. She's running away. Yes. Yes, this is Sugar. She will be burning off some calories, going on like a nice little hour walk-ish. Yes, she knows what's going on. She's happy to be here. We all love Sugar. Thank you so much for being my writing partner, Sugar. Have you ever seen an MRI of a pug? No, but I have seen an X-ray of a Boston Terrier, and it is hilarious. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. MRI of a pug. Oh, God, a pug's head? Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna... move this to my images. I'll show you guys what Mama's talking about. Here we go, hold on. This is not my dog, I just want to say. This is not my dog. Okay. Did I open it in Safari? No, I didn't open it at all. Okay, it's happening. Okay. I'll show you all what Mama Buckle's talking about. Is this what you're talking about, Mama Buckle? The MRI of a pug? That's stupid. It's stupid and a little scary and feels like a Jim Henson creature for some reason. Those eyes are unbelievable. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. It is very disturbing. Who gets more kisses? Wife or Sugar? That's tough. I kind of force them in equal amounts on both. My wife gets tired of me, I move to Sugar, and when Sugar gets tired of me, I go back to a wife. Okay, so 1 second here. Let's talk about why the first 5 pages of your screenplay are so important. People's attention spans are limited when you're competing with other screenwriters. Realize that somebody literally has a stack of 50 to 100 screenplays that they might have to read or take home over the weekend. You have to hook the reader in the first 5 pages. You have to establish your writer's voice in the first 5 pages. You have to set the tone of your script in the first 5 pages to even stand a chance. A lot of writers make the mistake of not spending enough time on their beginning. Don't underestimate the value of a great start to a story. Whatever you're doing, go ahead and double it, even triple it. You'll thank me later. Be sure to like and subscribe and follow me for longer content on my YouTube channel. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. That's how you make a vertical video, bitches. Also, does anybody out there have any? I mean, I'm putting the onus on you, and I realize this stream is like kind of my job. Is there anything that you guys want me to talk about in particular? Subject matter you've been struggling with? Have any Q&A kind of situation? I think most of you have been to the stream long enough that you kind of know my philosophy on about nearly everything. Marijuana. Let's talk about marijuana. I'll record it. I don't know if that'll put it up though. Here we go. Let's talk about drugs. Do you need drugs in order to be more creative? No! However, you can still use them appropriately, in moderation, I would say. If you're having trouble getting out of your writer's block and just need to shake things up, but you can't go outside for whatever reason, you can't shake the feeling of cognitive repetition, maybe change your cognition a little bit with a small little edible, maybe a little bit of mushroom, and see what your mind actually focuses on when it becomes uninhibited. Maybe it's a key to unlocking what you are actually passionate about. Don't be afraid to experiment, but also be very, very safe. Okay? Be sure to like and subscribe and follow my YouTube channel for more content. We'll see. I don't know. I feel like maybe it's my age or something, but I feel like, is that a dangerous one to do nowadays? I take edibles. Don't you call me a gateway drug? Oh! You know what? Gabe already stopped the recording. I'm gonna have to put a little asterisk on it and put it at the bottom of the vertical video. Maybe I'll ask chat to come up with like a legally safe disclaimer to put at the bottom. That'll be funny, I think. Just don't use it. You're right, you're right. Well, now I have it as an outtake. All right, let's do another one. I want to talk about chasing after a screenwriting career. If you're chasing a screenwriting career, just recognize that there's going to be a disparity between getting the thing that you want and then actually doing the thing that you want. If you want a screenwriting job and you are writing all of the time, just know that the thing that you're chasing after is more work, and oftentimes more work than you were initially doing, because now you have deadlines, now you have a studio or a boss or a showrunner to answer to, and you can't do it as a hobby anymore, right? It has become your job. So prepare for the real world consequences of what it means to be a screenwriter and start developing your discipline early. Also, remember that there are no guaranteed jobs. You will be chasing jobs for the rest of your life. And if you can mentally wrap your head around that and you still really, really want to be a screenwriter, then maybe you are pursuing the right profession after all. Be sure to like and subscribe and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. You clipped it? Oh, wait. I want to watch the clip. Is this the drugs? And follow me for longer content on my YouTube. Be sure to like. You'll thank me later. Be sure to like and subscribe. It is. Oh, okay. Well. I'll go with you, Doc, for drugs. Mama clipped this and now it's forever chasing the dragon. Yep. Maybe screenwriting is the drug, y'all. Do one on the importance of balancing being isolated for writing sessions and balancing it with social and family and friends. Excellent, yeah. You're right. There is a pretty strict work-life balance. It's its own kind of discipline, isn't it? I guess what I'm doing right now is, I know you want me to record it, but I'm kind of thinking through what exactly it is that I'll be saying about it. But because it's a screenwriter's work-life balance that requires a tremendous amount of discipline. Writing is essentially a very isolating job by nature. If you're not fortunate enough to be able to find or have a writing partner or work with other writers in a writer's room, then just know that your non-writing life is just as important as your writing life, because our experiences inform our writing. Our experiences inform what inspire us, is what I think I'll say. God, I wish I could remember it all. Okay. No, Mookie, I do, because I have a strict schedule that I have to abide by, because I'm not going to do this later in the middle of trying to edit Ropesman's Tale, because we all know how much a writer loves to procrastinate. Did I mention how much writers love to procrastinate? It's like you have a writing stream, and you know you should be writing right now, or even making a vertical video, but you find other things to talk about, and you just take one thing that somebody says in your chat, and you go on and on and on and on about it. You expound and really exercise your lexicon and trying to pontificate why that person said what they said, and then also reiterate your philosophy on the thing that that person said. And then before you know it, 3 minutes have passed. Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to do a bit. I did mean to do it. I meant to do it. Here we go. Oh, y'all. I just held up my dog and I realized I have dog hair on me. Let me see. This whole time, you're gonna let me look like a schmuck? Like a crazy cat lady? Tangent time. Okay. Let's do it. All right. Let's talk about your writing life versus your non-writing life. Your work versus your family, friends, time spent outside of your family. Let's do this again. let's talk about your writing life versus your non-writing life. Spending time with your friends and family versus spending time with your screen. While, of course, diligence is important, both your writing life and your non-writing life do require discipline. Be sure to treat your writing like a job where you can clock out, because everything in your non-writing life actually informs what you're able to write. We write our experiences, we write from inspiration, and we write dialogue that we hear in the real world. We write things that we see that inspire us. We write environments that blow us away, like fall foliage or a really cool new outdoor mall. Just realize that both are a part of the writing experiences, and you should allow time for both and not feel too guilty about not writing all the time. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. Okay, that's cool. Do you want to know how much better Mountain Dew and Pepsi are for a writer versus Diet Coke? Okay. The moment that they sponsor me, it's going to be phenomenal. I'll do this for you. How are we doing on time? We're doing good on time. And I accept your improv challenge, Mookie. How much better Mountain Dew and Pepsi versus Diet Coke? Now, I know you were kidding, but you're getting it anyway. Mountain Dew and Pepsi are better than Diet Coke. Okay. Writers, I want to talk to you about why Mountain Dew and Pepsi are actually better for you than Diet Coke. Diet Coke has aspartame. It's fake sugar, all right? Yeah, you get the caffeine, but you don't get the whole shebang. Mountain Dew is going to rev you up. You won't be able to stop typing once you start. Same with Pepsi. Real sugar. It has been proven over and over again across taste tests across America. You can watch the commercials yourself. People prefer Pepsi to Coke. So if you're going to trap yourself in a little writer's dungeon, you might as well give yourself the good stuff. Human beings, for as long as we have known, have always made something a little worse so they can have more of it. I take that quote from The Good Place. It's funny because it is true. But no longer. Stand up for yourself. Have a little dignity. Mountain Dew or Pepsi. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for more content. Huh? Oh, you saw my short! Mook, you saw the tiny little Dick Van Dyke. That's a weird sentence to say. That tiny Dick Van Dyke. If you guys don't know what Mookie is talking about, be sure to stop over on my YouTube channel and check out my shorts, as well as the longer content. But I gotta say, you guys were creating that with me. It might just be fun to see it again. Remind yourself of what we did. Here, 1 second. I'll post a link to my channel at the top of the chat. I'll go ahead and pin that in there on the Twitch side of things here. There we go. Pinned. If you haven't gone over to my YouTube channel yet, be sure to. Really, help me out. Like and subscribe. You're not giving me money, so you might as well give me some likes and follows, right? Let's do it. Okay. We have 5 more minutes. I could do a few more verticals. I just don't know what I want to do them on, to be honest with you. Those were the few ideas that I had so far. But maybe, just maybe, I had how to maintain, maybe I had some notes on some stuff. How to maintain consistency without falling slave to routine. Okay, I think I've got one. How can you maintain consistency without falling slave to how can you maintain consistency without actually becoming a slave to routine? Well, the answer is in the discipline of quitting. Most of us have the discipline of starting that we're struggling with, but on the opposite side of that is the discipline of saying, I've reached my time, I've done exactly as much as I could possibly do within the time I have allotted myself, and it's time to close the laptop. Sometimes it's really hard to do. I urge you to compromise. Oftentimes it's really hard to do, and I do think that the compromise is just getting to a stopping point that isn't going to take you another hour. Just simply reaching the end of the sentence. Also, what you can do is be sure to write a note to yourself about where you were headed, what you were going to write next if you had the time. This also helps us start our next session because you start with momentum. You start with picking up where you left off. You start picking up where your mind was already taking you. It's almost a warm-up in itself. So be sure to use that if you can. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for more content. Okay, that turned into something. That was just an old note that I had in the iPhone there. Have you done one on avoiding common grammar issues like there, to? Yes, 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 I have actually. I've done you and your. I've done the comma splice. I've done the misplaced modifier. I've done it's with an apostrophe versus it's without an apostrophe. But I can do these too. There, and the three there's, the three twos. I did it's and it's. But yeah, all of them have that little disclaimer about if you want somebody to take your script seriously, you have to make sure that you're avoiding these very common grammar mistakes. So let's do versus smooches, approaching. That's interesting. Okay, I've never had to define it before, but the I've never had to like look up the definition for just TO before. Expressing motion in the direction of and approaching or reaching a particular condition. Walking to the mall. Derek's expression changed from bewilderment to joy. Okay, okay. Well, yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about the three twos. This will be fun to edit the subtitles on. Here we go. If you want people to take your screenplays seriously, avoid these common grammar mistakes. The three twos. T-O, T-O-O, T-W-O. T-W-O is the number two, expressing a quantity of something. T-O-O is also, as well as, right? In addition to, or also, as well as, okay. I'll edit this part down. But T-O means that you are in motion to something. Derek walked to the mall. Or it's approaching or reaching a particular condition. Derek's smile changed from happiness to sadness. Be sure to use this as a guide so people can take your script more seriously. Pay attention to the little things because they end up And just be sure to pay attention to those little things because they make a big difference. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Okay, that'll take some editing, but it's all in there. Oh yeah, 1240. I was gonna do a little setup for the live writing, but Mookie said, I bet a well-watched clip would be how to dress and what to bring to a pitch meeting and what to expect to happen at one. Here's what I will say. You know what, Mookie? Actually, I'm gonna take a little. I'm gonna take a little inspiration from you. This is kind of like how an actor does mask work, right? You dress for the job that you want. You put on your costume. I mean, this is a little fancy. And I do have a writer's jacket coming. I'll be honest, I wanted to get it a little sooner. My wife was like, I need to buy you Christmas presents, so let me buy it for you for Christmas. Cool, cool, cool. So in the new year, I'll have my my writer's jacket that I want to wear for this podcast. Can anybody tell that I'm Italian? Am I using my hands too much? I feel like Sebastian Maniscalco a little bit. But yeah, dressing for the job that you want. Here we go. 1 second. There's an adage, dress for the job that you want. So here I have my writer's jacket on. When you're having trouble getting into the groove, dress up for your job. Put on a jacket, put on nice shoes, understand that you are walking into work that day. Small little differences like this, like wearing a writer's jacket, can make a difference in how you view yourself professionally, and also you never know when somebody is going to, and also you never know whenever somebody of influence and somebody of opportunity is going to see you and go, wow, that guy looks like a writer. I want to trust him with my money. I want to trust him with my script. I want to trust them with my idea. I feel like I don't want to use the he pronoun because I saw myself in my camera, but okay, here's what I'll do. Because you never know whenever somebody is going to have to make a split-second judgment based on your appearance. You always want to dress like someone you can trust. Someone you can trust with your money, someone you can trust with your screenplay, someone you can trust with your idea. Dress for the job that you want. All right, my name is Derek DeNicola. I'm a writer-producer here. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. Okay, that one needs a lot of editing too, but that was an on-the-fly one. Right, Mook? Is that what you were thinking? Back, baby. All right. Okay, y'all. All that vertical video stuff, it is done for the day. Whatever I was able to do has been done. Let's get the chat back up on the screen. I know it's easier just to kind of keep up with everything. Boom. Chat overlay right here. Okay, perfect. And then we have now let's set up our writing station today. I am going to pull up my draft of Oh, stop that fucking ugly pug on my thing. What is this? Under. What is this under? My logo? Oh, photo. I see. Let's open up my enlargement. My Pages document. Boom. I see my edit line. Okay. Should I make this bigger? Maybe make myself a little bigger. You guys don't know what I'm doing. It's fine. You'll see. You'll all see. Soon enough. Boom. All right. Let's get back in the editing. Let's get back in the editing. This is not all over here. Man, who needs drugs? Like, this is just me. This is me without coffee. This is me on water today. That will work. Thank you, Mook. I'm at 14 pages right now. I've typed this a bit ago and forgot to send it. Congratulations, Ink and Play. Remind us, Ink and Play, what is your thing about? What is your story about? Curious to know. Okay, so we are in a long chapter, because if I didn't get to the end of it, Widow Goodfellow. What chapter are we on? Are we on chapter? We're finishing chapter. Oh, we barely got into chapter 4. Chapter 4, The Cost of a Drink. Okay. Okay, well, let's do it. So, the tavern roared with laughter. Oh, so we've already edited the first part. Okay, the tavern roared with laughter and the slam of tankards, pipe smoke curling thick in the rafters. Into the rafters. Sweet. Can't read my own writing. Sweat, ale, and damp wool clung to the air. Floorboards stuck. The ale was thin, and the patrons carried more knives than sense. Perfect for Thomas Derrick. I don't like that I used ale twice in this opening paragraph. How about that? The tavern roared with laughter and the slam of tankards, pipe smoke, curling thick into the rafters. I don't even like the ing. I'm gonna make this a new sentence. I'm getting real persnickety today. I'm gonna be really hard on myself. The tavern roared with laughter and the slam of tankards. Pipe smoke curled thick into the rafters. Sweat and the odor of damp wool clung to the air. Floorboards stuck. The ale was thin, and the patrons carried more knives than sense. Perfect for Thomas Derrick. He made his way to the bar. Patched clothes, hollow stare. His eyes marked the exits, the heavy purses, the drunks too far gone to guard them. He slid a coin across the counter. The serving wench shoved a tankard his way without looking. Thomas drank deep, the ale rough in his throat. I don't even... I don't like this. Some things are just overly descriptive. And also, ale is a liquid. I understood what I was trying to do, like the sting of ale in his throat, but then I also just called the ale thin and cheap because I was trying to make it a divey place, like they water down their ale. So I'm just gonna get rid of it. Thomas drank. For a moment, he let himself vanish into the noise, just another lost soul in the cup. Thomas leaned on the bar. Around him, dice clattered, music played, drunks shouted. A din of scoundrels and survivors. He raised a small toast to himself. Turning on his seat, here's something that's interesting. Like, I know this is the edit line, but I'm still not happy with this. I feel like this should be the first paragraph. Like, open on an action. I know I was doing like my normal intro by fractions, setting the tone for the environment, but what I'm actually going to do is open on an action, almost like a cold open to the chapter, even though it's not like a procedural where we have a dead body or something like that. But just open on an action, take a moment to breathe, and then take in. Honestly, I kind of want to get rid of this too. Cut mercilessly. Thomas slid a coin across the counter. The serving wench shoved a tankard his way without looking. Thomas drank. For a moment, he let himself vanish into the noise. Just another soul lost in the cup. And then we see the noise. The tavern roared with laughter from the slam of tankards. I feel like I'm using tankards. Let's get really picky here. I want to combine these. So I'm going to take the strongest part of both of these little paragraphs and turn them into one, and then move on. I don't want to get hung up in overly descriptive word salad. The tavern roared with laughter. Pipe smoke curled thick into the rafters. This one I do like. Sweat and the odor of damp wool. Is very visceral. Sticky floorboards. Floorboards stuck. I almost want to say the something like that. Still like patrons carried more knives than sense. Perfect for Thomas Derrick. Thomas slid a coin across the counter. The serving wench shoved a tankard his way without looking. Thomas drank. For a moment, he let himself vanish into the noise, just another lost soul in the cup. The tavern's floorboards stuck to his feet from the uncleaned, dried ale. I don't even need uncleaned. It's implied. The tavern's floorboards stuck to his feet from the dried ale spilled over many a raucous night. Many a raucous night. Pipe smoke curled thick into the rafters. Sweat and the odor of damp wool. Sweat. I kind of want to get rid of sweat. How about we use sweat-stained wool, and then we'll know that it's kind of damp because it's the odor of sweat-stained wool clung to the air. Patrons carried more knives than sense. Perfect, Thomas Derrick. Okay. Thomas leaned on the bar. Around him, dice clattered, music played, drunks shouted. A din of scoundrels and survivors. He raised a small toast to himself. I still feel like these are similar. I feel like I'm still being redundant here. Thomas leaned on the bar. I almost feel like it should be here. And then I mean, it's kind of nice to raise a small toast to yourself. Drank and turned on his seat. Period. His eye caught a familiar figure across the room, Widow Goodfellow. Wrapped in mourning black, her face was wearing grief. Wrapped is a form of wearing. I feel like I'm overdoing it here too, honestly. No. This isn't right. We need to give Widow Goodfellow almost an action. Like, this is too flowery, and it's because it's descriptive. We're talking about a widow in mourning black, and her face is rife with grief. Like, obviously, we just described a widow wrapped in mourning black. Why do we need her face rife with grief as well? I think something like wrapped in mourning black, her hand hid her grief. Grief-worn face. Her hand attempting to hide her grief. That's it. Now she's like doing something, right? Wrapped in mourning black, her hand attempting to hide her grief. Kind of like this, right? Just at the bar, just don't make eye contact. Don't look at me. Just let me sit here and fucking drink and not be at home where my husband isn't, right? Where was I? At her side perched a friend, sharp-tongued and watchful. Strange company for a tavern, but then again, grief takes people to strange places. Yes, her friend is sharp-tongued and watchful. But I want to help the audience visualize the difference between Widow Goodfellow and a friend. So, at her side perched a friend. I want like a physical description. She might be sharp-tongued as a person, but you don't often see somebody's tongue, and if you do, it's not often actually sharp. Like, I'm just gonna write it here. Like, what do I want to say here? Hair pulled, her hair wound back as tightly as her demeanor, as a crude way of saying it, and then acted as a sentry to her friend. This is a vomit draft in the edit here. Watching, ready to pounce. Anyone who try even slightest. Something, but it's like maneuver. It's make the slightest move. Might be a better way to put it. And then also, yes, Century is good, but now that we have watching ready to pounce on anyone, I feel like now my instinct is to make her into a metaphor or simile, if I'm using like or as, for an animal. So I'm going to Google what kind of animal is known for being vigilant and watchful, that have been known about in Elizabethan times. Why do I say Elizabethan times? I want to kind of keep it. Honey badger. But that has too much of a meme connotation to it. A leopard was associated with stealth. Not exactly the same thing. Seems like it's going to be a guard dog. So let me get back but guard dog was a good remedy. There's breeds though. A wolfhound. I like the specificity of a wolfhound. Let's take it a step further and develop that voice. To not her friend, to the widow. Ready to pounce at anyone. Who dared make even the slightest who dared make the slightest move. Okay, so that was my practice sentence. I kind of figured it out here. I'm going to go ahead and fold it back into my opening paragraph. Wrapped in morning black, her hand attempting to hide her grief. At her side, perched her friend. I know sharp tongue and watchful is more concise, but it doesn't do it for me. Acting as her wolfhound, ready to pounce. Dared the slightest move. And I also to act as wolfhound to the widow. This is a good place for an em dash. And then we can still cut. Okay. Let's see if this makes sense. I want to make sure that the reader doesn't think it's an actual fucking dog in the tavern, okay? He raised a small toast to himself, drank, comma, and turned on his seat. His eye caught a familiar figure across the room. We can assume she's across the room. His eye caught a familiar figure. Widow Goodfellow, wrapped in mourning black, her hand attempting to hide her grief. At her side perched her friend, her hair still still feel like it could be a misplaced modifier because her friend doesn't have a name. Another em dash. At her side perched her friend, hair wound back as tightly as her demeanor. She was there to act as wolfhound to the widow, ready to pounce. She was there to act as. She was the widow's wolfhound. I don't want it to sound like a dog, though. Maybe it's very 2025 to assume, like, maybe there's a dog in this bar. How about this? A wolfhound in a dress. A wolfhound in a dress, ready to pounce at the slightest move. Thomas thought. Strange company for a tavern, Thomas thought, but then again, grief takes people to strange places. I still like that. I like that this is kind of considered a strange place, too. His stare caught Widow Goodfellow's eye. Thomas tipped his tankard in their direction. Maybe tonight we bring more than ale. Behind her eyes, the widow's friend bared her teeth. We don't need that. Okay, now we're at where we were leaving off. Let me check the chat. Everything's going, y'all. Everybody's cool. Everybody's just watching me. Right. Okay, cool. Excellent. Squeaka's on the stream. Hey, Squeaks. How you doing? Are you about to stream? So good to see you. Even in lurk form, really. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll do a little... let me put the chat up on the screen, too. Squeak, it just reminded me to be a better streamer just by presence alone. To file, just put up a white background. Let me see. Sorry, a little formatting break here. Da, 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 da. My goodness. My goodness gracious me. Okay, I'm just gonna... Almost there, y'all. You know I'm not good at technical things. There we go. And now I have the chat up too. Okay. Now that y'all are saying anything, just watching me write, which I appreciate. Thank you so much for being here. I love you so much. Let's get back to it. We must get back to it. Must get back to it. Where'd my thing go? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Chapter 4. You know what? I'm glad I cut that from across the room because look, here's another one right friggin' here. From across the room, a voice carried above the din, "Thief!" The word was aimed square at him. A man at a table, broad-shouldered, work-roughened, glared over his cup. The others muttered in agreement. I am going to cut this, and I'll tell you why. I put this paragraph in here because I wanted people to understand that Thomas is often not even welcome in these public places because he's not even lower class. He is a beggar. People kind of know him as a thief and don't have respect for him. Why did I put this here? It's because in later chapters, after he gets this executioner job and gets a little money in his pocket, he has to go back and buy people's respect, and he kind of becomes beloved in the tavern, right? So we have this false victory, right? Like, oh, nobody wants me here, nobody respects me, and now everybody wants me here, everybody respects me, which is the false victory. Everybody wants him here because he buys drinks. He literally buys their respect in a way, and then the false victory is that nobody actually respects him, it's fear. They fear him. He's an executioner. He's the queen's executioner, right? So, however, all of this is implied. What was the other chapter for, is what I'm telling myself now as a writer. Well, the audience, the readers know that he comes from the streets, that he can barely afford watered down ale, that he is a thief. We don't need this. Let's just keep moving through the chapter. Why am I getting hung up in this little aside where somebody calls him a thief and he overhears it and he recognizes, I know people don't. We're just hearing things that people already know. We're being redundant. I was overdoing it because I was not confident in the earlier drafts. And I think I can cut that, and it's fine. We have a lot of chapter left. A barmaid swept past, shaking her head as she set down a tray. Filthy lot, begging one day, spending coin on drink the next. There it is again. However, I will say a more concise way to do it. I almost think it belongs up here. I think it's out of place. I almost think it should be a part of this paragraph. How about that? Thomas slid a coin across the counter. The serving wench shoved a tankard his way without looking. Thomas drank. A barmaid swept past, shaking her head as she set down a tray. Filthy lot, begging one day, spending coin on drink the next. For a moment, he let himself vanish into the noise, just another soul lost in the cup. I think that was part of it too, is like placement, just making sure we chunk our like actions together, right? Unless we're trying to do something structurally here, where you're trying to keep reminding the audience of something. That was not my intention. I think things are just misplaced because it's an early draft. So let's talk about the next line. Thomas, let it slide. Let them choke on their sour pride. Better a thief than a mule with a yoke on his neck. His tankard was full, and that's all that mattered. Here is why this line exists. We need to state Thomas's motivation. Like, we got to see him almost in his cold opening, thieving, charming, right? But now that we have I know he's in a tavern, but this is what we call a moment alone with the character. How do you really get to know a character? Well, what do they do when they're alone? What does your character do when they think no one's looking? In a novel, what are they thinking whenever they're not conniving, whenever they're not trying to, in this character's case, get the next pint of ale, steal the next coin purse, right? Here is this moment of breathing space that our character has, and this is this better a thief than a mule with a yoke on his neck is the entire driving force for why Thomas is where he is right now. It is a statement of stasis. I do think this is important. I also think it belongs, I also think it's earlier. It should be earlier in this chapter. I think things are just out of place this chapter. So it's almost like here. Right? So now this serves a secondary purpose other than Thomas thinking he doesn't belong here, or like letting the reader know Thomas doesn't belong here, yada yada. Now it's a call and response, right? He overhears the barmaid, and his thought in response to the barmaid feels like action. It feels a little bit more like it has a little bit more flow. And now we get to understand Thomas's mantra and learn a little bit more about the character in that way. So let's read it again. Thomas slid a coin across the counter. The serving wench shoved a tankard his way without looking. Thomas drank. A barmaid swept past, shaking her head as she set down a tray. Filthy lot. Begging one day, spending coin on drink the next. Thomas let it slide. Let them choke on their sour pride. Don't need this. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what I was thinking. Thomas let it slide. Better a thief than a mule with a yoke on his neck. His tankard was full, and that was all that mattered. For a moment he let himself vanish into the noise, just another soul lost in the cup. The tavern's floorboards stuck to his feet from the dried ale spilled over many a raucous night. Pipe smoke curled thick into the rafters. The odor of sweat-stained wool clung to the air. Patrons carried more knives than sense. Thomas leaned on the bar. Around him, it feels weird to have him lean on the bar now. Also around him, we're already around him. Let's keep cutting. Dice clattered. Music played. Drunk shouted. Let's reorganize. The tavern's floorboards stuck to his feet from the dried ale spilled over many a raucous night. Pipe smoke curled thick into the rafters. The odor of sweat-stained wool clung to the air. Dice clattered, music played, drunks shouted. Patrons carried more knives than sense. This is a good place for an M-dash. Oops. Spacing issue. Okay, I like that. I like that now. He raised a small toast to himself, drank, and turned on his seat. His eye caught a familiar figure, Widow Goodfellow, wrapped in mourning black, her hand attempting to guide her to hide her grief. At her side perched her friend, hair wound back as tightly as her demeanor, a wolfhound in a dress, ready to pounce at the slightest move. Strange company for a tavern, Thomas thought, but then again, grief takes people to strange places. His stare caught Widow Goodfellow's eye. Thomas tipped his tankard in their direction. Behind her eyes, the widow's friend bared her teeth. I understand what I'm trying to say there. Maybe not the clearest. I'm not going to get hung up on it exactly right now. He sipped again, his eyes sliding toward Widow Goodfellow. She sat stiff-backed, hands folded, while her companion leaned close, whispering, whatever it was. Oh, sorry, I was right the first time. Whatever was said made the widow shake her head, though the friend pressed on, mouth pinched with disapproval. He knew that look well enough. A woman being told what she ought to do. Why is this spaced weird? Thomas pushed off the bar and slipped. He's always slipping through the crowd. Pushed off the bar. And sauntered toward their table, smoothing his coat as if the threadbare fabric were velvet. A woman in mourning should never drink alone, he said, flashing a smile meant to pass for disarming. Or perhaps she should, who am I to say? Widow Goodfellow looked up, eyes bright. With grief and anger, her friend spoke. First, acerbic as vinegar. Acerbic as vinegar is redundant. What do I want to say? Maybe look up some acerbic synonyms. Sharp, sarcastic, sardonic, satirical, scathing, incisive, penetrating, piercing, biting, stinging, searing, keen, caustic. Actually, comparing her to the wolfhound earlier makes me think she should bite or snap. Snapped a warning, like a guard dog would do. Can I just say how much making this metaphor for her friend has enlivened the character? I like her so much more. She has so much more depth. And now I also think, like, oh, if this were made into a movie, whoever is playing the friend of the widow is going to fucking steal this scene. The lead actors are going to be pissed that they're going to have to compete with whoever they put in this role. It's such a character. In a good way, I think. Oops, where'd my draft go? Here. Then I gotta look something up. Come back. Oh, be back in a bit. Budget meeting time, no problem. Ooh, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Still got me Alpha, Squeaka. Thanks so much, Squeaka, for lurking. You know, I appreciate you. Okay. He sipped again, eyes sliding toward Widow Goodfellow. And snapped a warning. Oh, this edit line's throwing me off. Okay. He's not alone. No, clearly not, Thomas said with a small nod. I meant no harm, only conversation. A bit of company for a night too heavy to carry alone. The widow said nothing, her knuckles whitened on the tankard, eyes fixed on him. I like that she's looking into the tankard, fixed on it. Her knuckles whitened on the tankard, her eyes fixed on it with a steady, unreadable stare. Her friend scoffed. A scoundrel like you? Company? She raked her gaze over him. You're nothing but a vagrant with a quick tongue and sticky fingers, is my impression. Thomas pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. Sticky fingers, you wound me, madam. My pockets are as empty as my stomach. Her friend snapped. Oh, here we go. Can't reuse that, but her friend raised her voice. It was sharp enough to cut through the din. We can maybe assume that. Men like you could have been decent if you wanted, but you chose the easy path. But you choose the... Choose? But you chose... I mean, both work. But she's talking about what you might have been. But you chose the easy path. I don't know that being homeless is easy, but I like that her perception of being a thief is, oh, we'll just ask for everything. She's kind of giving like Republican conservative Karen vibes, which I like. I don't like that. I like the vibe for the character. Just FYI. Men like you could have been decent if you wanted, but you chose the easy path. Squander what you might have been and drag others down with you. Widow Goodfellow exhaled, setting her tankard down with a soft thud. Enough, she said evenly. Let the man speak for himself. The friend huffed, leaning back in the chair, sour but silenced. Thomas slipped into the empty seat across from them. Always slipping. He's always slipping. Thomas took the empty seat across from them, arms resting loose on the table. He pitched his voice low, letting the tavern noise fade. My lady, life is... I don't know about letting the tavern noise fade. I don't know if he has that kind of power. My lady, life is cruel, but it goes on. The scavengers see your grace encircle, but I come plain enough. With words, not claws. Claws? How do you say claws in a British accent? With words, not claws. Trouble shared is trouble had. It has been said, trouble shared is trouble had. Widow Goodfellow held his gaze, then smirked faintly. And trouble invited is trouble doubled. Thomas leaned in, elbows on the table, his face a shade too near Widow Goodfellow's. A crooked smile tugged at his mouth. Some weird spacing. She here. Shoulders that dainty aren't meant to carry grief alone. Better to rest them against someone. The widow's friend didn't wait for an answer. Her palm smacked his cheek, sharp enough to draw laughter from nearby tables. Thomas rocked back, skin stinging, his pride stung worse. I don't need this. A few heads turned, grins flashing in the smoky dark. Chunk like-minded content together. The widow's friend didn't wait for an answer. Her palm smacked his cheek, sharp enough to draw laughter from nearby tables. A few heads turned, grins flashing in the smoky dark. I like the ED more than the ING. I naturally read it that way. Thomas rocked back, skin stinging. He forced a smile, kept his tone smooth. Magistrate, is it? Passing judgment on every man who dares speak. He dabbed the corner of his mouth with exaggerated care and shifted his gaze back to the widow. But it's not her judgment I'm after. What do you say, madam? Would you let a man stand with you, or must grief be your only companion? Widow Goodfellow's answer was wordless. Her hand struck, fierce and sudden, snapping his head to the side for a second time. Rage and sorrow burned in her eyes. Thomas saw red. He swung back without thinking. The widow ducked aside, and his palm found her friend instead. A gasp rippled through the tavern. The woman's chair tipped back, her arms flailing before she hit the floor with a thud. For a heartbeat, silence, then the dam burst. I like... Only after a moment of silence. The dam burst. Like that. Oh, Mama Buckle is raiding with a party of 6. Hello, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. It's so nice to have you here. Raiders, Raiders, Raiders. It's nice to have you in the chat. What's going on? How is everybody? Oh, here they are. Here they are. Hello, 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 Mama. Mama, thank you so much for the raid. Does that mean that you finished editing your football highlight thing? Struggo Buggo's gonna be lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Struggo. Appreciate you. Not even close. Ah, that's a shame. Okay. Well, for any of the new raiders in here, just to let you know, we are doing some live writing today. You are looking at a fourth draft of my novel, The Ropesman's Tale. We are going through my chapter 4 and getting through some edits today. And then we're going to do that till about 3 o'clock. We're going to take a little hydration break, a little restroom break, all that kind of stuff. And then we are going to do a digital writer's room where if you are in here from, I would say, 3:10-ish p.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific Coast time, which is the time I am on, you can participate in a writer's room. Bring some ideas, some pitch ideas for sketches, commercials, dramas, shorts, sci-fi, whatever you got going on, and we'll try and write a little under 5-page short sketch, whatever it is, in the writer's room. And if it's filmable, we'll give it to Gabriel St. Art, who is another streamer on here, and maybe we'll get it shot. So that will be a fun thing for you to participate in, something for you to keep in mind while we do other writerly things today. So go back to those old notes in your phone, or that notebook that you keep beside your bed, or that shower thought that you keep having. And if you want to bring it to the table, we'd love to have it. Okay? Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Oh, nice. Double Derek's, baby. Double Derek's. Well, we're glad to have you here. Glad to have you back, Mook. Does that mean that your stream is over? Shade Master Jade, good to see you again. It's been a while, right? King of Blades. 80? Or M80? King of Blades. Cypher's in. Cypher, how's it going? How you doing, Cypher? Cyphy baby. Oh man, this is great. It's great to have everybody in the room. Struggle Buggo's still here and can play. Asuka Shinji 303. I'm sorry if I messed up that name. I'll call you Asuka. Thanks so much for stopping in. We're doing some live writing today. If anybody is interested in sticking around for the Digital Writers Room, that's going to be happening at 3:10 p.m. Pacific Coast time. Bring some ideas, bring some sketch ideas, comedic bits, dramatic bits, sci-fi bits, western bits, whatever. We're going to write in screenplay format. We'll write something 5 pages or under after I host a writer's room, so you can see what it's like to go through the process of being in a writer's room, pitching, breaking out structure, workshopping ideas, and then, of course, writing said idea and punch-ups and revision, and then we'll just have a hard stop at 5 and take a look at what we have. It'll be fun. In the meantime, you are going to watch me edit my novel, The Ropesman's Tale. We're on chapter 4. For those of you who have just rated, we are writing the second chapter in which we are with our protagonist, Thomas Derrick. As of right now, a little setup. He is a beggar, rogue scoundrel. Think think a gutter-born Jack Sparrow, right? He actually is an ex-sailor. This is a real person from history. We're taking some creative license and we are creating historical fiction with this piece. He is going to eventually be found guilty of the crime of ravishment, which I hope I don't have to expound on for you. And to communicate his, I'm sorry, not to communicate, to commute his sentence, he volunteers to become the Queen's royal executioner at the behest of one Robert Devereux, and ends up really succeeding in the job, much to his own chagrin. And yeah, it's a tragic tale wrapped in dramatic irony. And I won't spoil the end for you, but you'll just have to keep coming back because it's about 30 chapters. Like I said, this is the fourth draft of a novel. And here we are, just doing the painstaking work of going over everything paragraph by paragraph. And now we're kind of getting into the nitpicky stuff, right? Okay. So we've met Thomas Derrick before. We have come to know him as a sailor. We realize that he chooses to be a beggar over a laborer and a sailor because he has been taken advantage of so much and that he was tired of making fortunes for other people, so he would rather live like this. We also know that he does not have a stomach for public executions. He finds them to be a little horrific and it makes him a little nauseous, which is a nice little setup in the beginning. And oh, so we've met him after a day of pickpocketing and set up and introducing him and his environment, and we have him in the tavern now, where he has taken a little bit of coin, that he has stolen. He's buying a drink. He is seeing Widow Goodfellow. Her husband was literally hung earlier today in the London public square, and our anti-hero, our Thomas Derrick, is such a scoundrel that he has taken it upon himself to essentially hit on her. She's having a drink at a bar. She doesn't want to go home to her empty home where her husband used to be. She's out with a friend. She's drinking, trying to maybe drown her emotions a bit. And Thomas decides, oh, well, I know she doesn't have a husband. Maybe she'll want to go home with me. And we're about to see the unfolding of the repercussions of his actions. So, hope that caught you all up. Let's keep going with the work. Let me pull it up again. Here we are. Okay. So, where did I leave off? The friend says, men like you could have been decent if you wanted, but you chose the easy path. Squander what you might have been and drag others down with you. Widow Goodfellow exhaled, setting her tankard down with a soft thud. Enough, she said evenly. Let the man speak for himself. The friend huffed, leaning back in her chair, sour with silence. Thomas took the empty seat across from them, arms resting loose on the table. He pitched his voice low. My lady, life is cruel, but it goes on. The scavengers see your grace and circle, but I come plain enough, with words, not claws. It has been said, trouble shared is trouble halved. Widow Goodfellow held his gaze, then smirked faintly. And trouble invited is trouble doubled. Thomas leaned in, elbows on the table. How about this? And then smirked. Let's keep bringing the memory of her husband back into the picture, right? Keeping this motivated. I don't want the reader to accidentally think that maybe she's falling for this. Widow Goodfellow is sharp. She knows what she's doing. Add a memory, not the memory, add a memory. My husband used to say, trouble invited is trouble doubled. Thomas leaned in, elbows on the table, his face a shade too near Widow Goodfellow's. A crooked smile tugged at his mouth. Shoulders that dainty aren't meant to carry grief alone. Better to rest them against someone. The widow's friend didn't wait. You know what? I keep saying this widow's friend didn't wait for an answer, but literally the pace of reading didn't wait for an answer takes away the immediacy of the slap, and I don't like it. So how do we solve this problem? I want to say the widow's friend. The widow's friend. Palm. How do I get there quicker? The widow's friend smacked his cheek, sharp enough to draw laughter from nearby tables. I think that's better. Ooh. Okay. Well, Struggo Buggo, sorry about the ads, but you could always subscribe if you want to circumvent the ads. Also, I don't believe there are any ads on the YouTube live page. Okay, excellent. Struggo, just wanted to say I'm also streaming on YouTube if you want to watch over there as well. I have pinned the link to the top of the chat if you'd like to avoid ads, or if you're on Twitch, then you just have to subscribe to get through the ads. I do have YouTube Premium. Very nice. Excellent. So always an option for you. Just let me know. Just let me know. You do you. Okay. But yeah, we do have the non-ad option for you over on the YouTube side. Okay. Let's keep working. Let's keep working. The widow's friend smacked his cheek, sharp enough to draw laughter from nearby tables. I feel like this is kind of a comma splice issue that I was talking about earlier. No, it's not a separate thought. It's not a separate thought. It's fine. It's fine. A few heads turned, grins flashed in the smoky dark. Thomas rocked back, skin stinging. He forced a smile, kept his tone smooth. Magistrate, is it? Passing judgment on every... I thought this was funny, but also you have to have a pretty deep knowledge of... This is a very English thing to say magistrate. Which is why I put it in there. I'm world building. I'll leave it for now. I do have an instinct to cut it. I just want to say that out loud. I don't know. Magistrate, is it? Passing judgment on every man who dares to speak. Well, here's the thing. Here's why I want to cut it. It's because a magistrate passes judgment. And here, so it feels redundant. You know what? I recognize this for a reason. I'm just going to do it. He forced a smile, kept his tone smooth. He forced a smile and kept his tone smooth. Passing judgment on every man who dares speak. He dabbed the corner of his mouth with exaggerated care, then shifted his gaze back to the widow. What is not friend's judgment I'm after. Her judgment, your friends. Not even friend. Guard dog. But it's not your god. But it's not your god. You're not your god dog's judgment I'm after. What say you, madam? Would you let a man stand with you, or must grief be your only companion? Widow Goodfellow's answer was wordless. Her hand struck fierce and sudden, snapping his head to the side for a second time. Rage and sorrow burned in her eyes. Thomas saw red. He swung back without thinking. The widow ducked aside, and his palm found her friend instead. A gasp rippled through the tavern. The woman's chair tipped back, her arms flailing before she hit the floor with a thud. Only after a moment of silence, the dam burst. The first fist caught Thomas in the gut. Air blasted from his lungs, folding him in two. Laughter rolled through the room, low and cruel. Before he could straighten, a hand like vice seized his collar and held him upright. This also makes me think, like, if without putting some of the men in the bar standing up, it almost makes me think that Widow Goodfellow is doing this, and we need to identify the executor of the action. So I need a little something here. Been using snapped too much. A few dock workers jumped to their feet, their chests puffed, their eyes locked on Thomas as they rushed toward him. First fist caught Thomas in the gut. Air blasted from his lungs, folding him in two. Laughter rolled through the room, low and cruel. Before he could straighten, a hand like a vice seized his collar and hauled him upright. You think you can lay hands on a grieving woman, the man growled, breath sour with ale. His knuckles cracked as he sneered. Thieving little rat. He hurled Thomas forward. Thomas slammed chest first into another patron, ale soaking the man's tunic. So much ale, 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 ale. I know we're in a tavern. I like the sour breath though. I also like thieving little rat. I just want to do this too. I want to add a little thieving little rat. Ignore that spelling for now. Okay, he hurled Thomas forward. Thomas slammed chest first into another patron, drinking ale soaking the man's tunic. The fellow's eyes darkened. You bastard! You bastard! I don't know why I'm Irish all of a sudden. I can't keep an accent straight. Thomas raised both hands, voice ragged. Now, no need for haste. The shove came fast, tipping him backward over a chair. He crashed to the floor, dragging two drinkers with him. The back of his skull struck hard wood, stars bursting white-hot behind his eyes. The tavern erupted. Benches toppled, fists flew, and the fiddler's bow screeched a last sour note. There we are with sour. Screeched a last sharp note before the music was drowned out by shouts. The barmaid ducked behind the counter as if this were no more unusual than sweeping the floor. Thomas groaned, rolling onto his side just as a chair smashed where his head had been. A burly sailor tackled the brute who'd started it, and in a blink, the fight was no longer his. It belonged to the room, to every man with too much ale and too little sense. We talk about having too little sense. We talk about ale a lot in a tavern. I kind of want to say something else here. You can see how these are like placeholders. The rhythm says something should be there, but not the redundant information. So, what do I want to say here? It belonged. This isn't right. With an urge and a sense of debt, this is not right. But it's the sentiment that I'm trying to express. So what I do here is I'm going to open up a new window and pull up my thesaurus. Say, love a thesaurus, by the way. Not financial. Burdened. That's what I'm looking for. So, thank you, thesaurus. Now let's do this urge one. I don't like this one either. But it's not urge, really. It's an itch. To any belligerent, two L's, okay. To any belligerent man with a burden and an itch to fight. And an itch to okay, but a phrase would be a chip on his shoulder. Let me see. So, to any belligerent man with a burden and an itch on his shoulder. Chip on his shoulder. That's how I want to say it. And that's how you problem solve, bitches. That's how you write right there. Highs and lows. Thinking that you're dumb, and then fixing the problem, thinking you're a genius. Repeat. Somebody clip that. He clawed to his knees, weaving through the tangle of legs, dodging boots and falling bodies. A tankard shattered beside him, spraying ale across his sleeve. I say that, but I know that tankards don't shatter. They're mostly made of, they're not like made of glass. Glass is so rare. It's like not everybody has glass things back in the day. Yes, it does exist. It's just more for rich people. It's treated with more care. Tankard. Let's, when in doubt, thesaurus, baby. When in doubt, thesaurus me. Not that. Let me see. Bark, enter, like, not ground hide. It's almost like closest thing that I'm seeing is like smacking me. Impact, the idea of impact. Let me look at synonyms for impact. So it would be like collided with the ground, bumped on the ground, banged on the ground, knocked on the ground, thumped on the ground, whacked on the ground, smacked on the ground, clashed with the ground. Almost crash. Maybe crashed to the ground. Crashed to the ground beside him, spraying ale across his sleeve. He spat the taste from his lips. All this and I haven't finished. All this and I haven't even finished my drink. From the back, a tankard slammed hard against the counter. Oh, God, the clang cutting through the brawl. Enough! This makes me think it's a little redundant. Maybe so much tankard clanging, you know? I gotta find a way to cut back on this tankard talk. Met up with the ground. I like that move. Okay. He clawed to his knees, weaving through. I feel like I've used clawed too. Man, you find out you really start to find out the words you rely on when you write a novel. Let's see. He clamored. That's what I need. Yes, with a B. He clambered to his knees, weaving through the tangle of legs, dodging boots and falling bodies. All this, and I haven't even finished my drink. From the back, a tankard slammed hard against the counter, the clang cutting through the brawl. Enough! Any man who throws that wretch into the streets drinks free till closing. Head swung as one, eyes finding Thomas, half risen by the door, coat askew, ale stains down his sleeve. The promise of drink sharpened the air. A dockhand barked, a laugh, and pointed. There he is! Rat's trying to slip away. Here's another issue that I'm thinking that I'm having here. Thomas is trying to leave the fight. And the bartender says, anybody who throws that guy out gets free drinks. I feel like Thomas should try and throw himself out, and then people try and keep him in the bar. I think that's the solution. I think that's the solution. Thomas addressed the barkeep. Thank you. Upon that, and remove myself. Thanks. About here. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Thomas forced himself upright, smoothing his collar. The promise of drinks sharpened the air. A dockhand barked, a laugh and pointed. There he is, Rat's trying to slip away. Thomas forced himself upright, smoothing his collar as though he had just been crawling on the floor. He raised his voice above the cheers. Free ale, is it? For one scrawny rogue, it seems cheap, lads. I think maybe that's where it needs to be. Thomas addressed the barkeep. I'll take you up on that offer and remove myself, thanks. I'll do it. Oh, no, you won't. I'll do it. A brute lunged, fist cocked. Maybe if it's slip away, maybe if it's just like a pint to the person who knocks the life out of that man, as opposed to, I like the idea of trying to escape the tavern and like getting pulled back in. Like, I just want to leave. Like, no, I'll throw you out. No, I'll throw you out. I just don't think it's. We got to tell a clean story, guys. We have to tell a clean story. I think the solution is actually. Oh. Knocks the life out of that wretch. Drinks free till closing. Okay. Okay, so my fix is actually going to be... Okay, I need to redo some stuff, sorry. Blah, blah, blah. I'm doing this so much. This I do want to keep. And then it'll be... Okay. This is part of it. This is writing. Enough, any man who throws, who knocks the life out of that wretch, drinks free till closing. Then the next order is head swung as one, eyes finding Thomas, half risen by the door, coat askew, aim. There he is, Rat's trying to slip by. He doesn't have time. Once the statement's made, people just want to knock him out. So what do we really have time for? Let's talk about the realism of the scene here a little bit. I know it's a little comedic on purpose. It is a book, it is fiction, we are having a little fun, but it has to be kind of believable, fictitious fun, right? So, from the back, a tankard slammed hard against the counter, the clang cutting through the brawl. Enough! Any man who knocks the life out of that wretch drinks free till closing. Head swung as one, eyes finding Thomas, half risen by the door, coat askew, ale stains down his sleeve. Thomas forced himself upright, smoothing his collar as though he just hadn't been crawling on the floor. Above the jeers, I don't think they're taking the time to boo him. This needs to move up. Maybe even further. Combine these into one paragraph. That's what he says. Okay, now let's read this. This seems a little cleaner. Clank, right? Enough! Any man who knocks the life out of that wretch drinks free till closing. The promise of drink sharp in the air. A dockhand barked a laugh and pointed. There he is! Rat's trying to slip away. Head swung as one, eyes finding Thomas, half risen by the door, coat askew, ale stains down his sleeve. Thomas forced himself upright, smoothing his collar as though he hadn't just been crawling on the floor. Free ale, is it? For one scrawny rogue. Seems cheap, lads. I'd fetch at least a round of brandy. Don't let him short-change you. The brute lunged, fist cocked. Thomas grabbed the nearest thing within reach, the widow's friend, yanking her between them. The man's punch crunched against her jaw. She crumpled, a gasp cutting through the tavern before the roar of outrage swallowed it. Horror flickered across the brute's face, but it didn't slow him. He seized Thomas by the lapels and hauled him off of his feet as though he weighed no more than a sack of grain. The room spun as the man wheeled him around, looking for somewhere to throw him. Thomas clawed for anything. I think I already changed clawed because I like it here. Thomas clawed, grasped for anything. A weapon, a shield, a miracle. His fingers closed on a lantern fixed to the post, its wick still lit. Oil sloshed as he ripped it free. Desperation lent him strength. Before the brute could hurl him, Thomas swung hard, the lantern shattering against the man's temple. The lantern burst, glass and fire spraying. Flames leapt into the brute's greasy hair. He howled, thrashing, slapping at his scalp as the stench of singed locks filled the room. Thomas hit the floor hard, ribs jolting, but he was free. The tavern erupted wider. Men piled. I feel like the tavern's already kind of erupted at this point. I almost want to say the tavern erupted again. Men piling into the melee, chairs flying, fists breaking teeth. Thomas clawed through. Forced his way through the chaos, staggering for the door. His hand close on the latch freed him a breath away. The door slammed inward. A patron barreling through from the street. Thomas went down under the weight. The breath tore out of him. A boot stomped into his ribs, pinning him. Above him loomed the smoldering brute. Hair still smoking, eyes blazing murder. A tankard rang off the man's temple. He reeled, then collapsed like a felled oak, missing Thomas by inches. Gasping, Thomas twisted, looking up into the flushed, furious face of the barkeep, tankard still in hand. Thomas lifted a shaky salute. The barkeep cocked his arm back to swing again. This time, Thomas bolted for the door. He burst through the tavern doors. Bursting through them. Let's turn this into one. Thomas bolted for the door. Thomas bolted for the door, bursting through it. Stumbling onto slick cobblestone. Cold air stabbed his lungs. Yeah, that's true. I could do that. Behind him, the tavern still thundered, fists flying, tables crashing, drunks roaring in delight. Chaotic delight. Okay, the door slammed wide again. Slammed wide. Burly patron. Well, the door swung. Thomas's feeling of escaping danger didn't last long. The door swung open. The burly patron lurched out, hair smoking, eyes wild. "You'll pay for this," he bellowed. Thomas ran. He always ran. A thief lives by light feet and quick exits, and his familiarity with London's alleys had become his advantage. His boots slapped the stones as he darted past barrels and slumped vagrants, lungs burning, ribs aching from the brawl. Heavy steps hammered after him, closer than they had any right to be. Closer than they had any right to be? I think that was a little much, Derek. You can cut that. Worse still, voices rose from the shadows. Others had taken notice. Two men loitered outside a shuttered shop. One, wiry with a scar down his cheek, grinned as Thomas bolted past. "Oi, what's the hurry?" he called. Thomas vaulted a stack of barrels, nearly colliding with a drunk who staggered into his path. Get back here, you bastard! I don't know why I keep going Irish. Get back here, you bastard! The burly patron roared behind him. Thomas burst from the alley and onto a wider street, straight into two ragged children crouched at play. They toppled with a cry as he stumbled over them. He didn't look back. The three pursuers rounded the corner, closing in. Thomas pushed harder, lungs tearing, eyes scouring the street for a way out. Then he saw it, a red lantern swinging above a side door, a brothel. It doesn't need to be its own sentence. We can do perfect place for an M dash as well. He cut hard for it, seized the handle, and yanked the door open. Heat and perfume smothered him as he stumbled inside, slamming the door against the night. Thomas pressed his back to the door, chest heaving. His heart hadn't slowed from the chase when a voice cut through the perfume-thick air. "No dawdling, sir." The madam stood in the lobby's glow, her tone crisp but not unkind. Candlelight softened the gilded walls, laughter and music drifted from deeper within. Silk drapes and velvet chairs made the place feel more stage than din. Thomas pushed off the door, ribs aching, knuckles raw. He wiped his lip, tugged his coat straight, as if that might hide the mess he was. Two women by the entrance broke off their chatter to watch him. One, a blonde with fox-like eyes, let her gaze slide over him, slow and deliberate. "Rough night, love," a blonde purred. The blonde purred. Thomas flashed a smile, something like that. Eyes followed him now, some curious, some openly inviting. He straightened, shedding the fugitive for the charmer. "We don't entertain beggars," the voice carried low and edged, pulling his attention. The madam stood before him, tall, wrapped in crimson silk, dark hair caught in golden combs. Her gaze was cool, practiced, the sort that measured men like coin. 1 second. I just feel like I introduced the madam twice. We had this no dawdling. Don't need that. It's not a strong entrance. Boom. Now when we introduce the madam, it's more of like a statement. You know, she does play she's a supporting role, technically, if we were to look at this. The voice carried low and edged, pulling his attention. The madam stood before him, tall, wrapped in crimson silk, dark hair caught in golden combs. Her gaze was cool, practiced, the sort that measured men like coin. I know what I mean. Like but you don't measure coin. You weigh coin, or you count coin. So maybe I have to get rid of coin. Maybe it's more like, let's just, the sort that had seen every kind of man come and go. Don't even come and go, that's implied. The sort that had seen every kind of man in every kind of way. Thomas lifted his hands in mock surrender. Now, I may be many things, but I'm no beggar. I pay for what I take. One brow arched. Do you? You look like the sort who takes first and never pays after. Laughter rippled from the women nearby. The madam tilted her head. If you've coin, show it. If not, the door's behind you. We don't keep strays. Thomas hesitated. The brothel was warm, safe. The streets outside were not. He slid the signet ring from his finger. For everybody who's rated, he assess coin, Mookie. Yeah, that would have done too. I just didn't look at it fast enough. But yes, I think that would have been a good fix. He slid the signet ring from his finger. The madam's eyes flipped to it, missing nothing. With a flourish, part desperation, part bravado, he said, "A room, post haste." Her lips curved, faint amusement beneath the cool. She turned, silk whispering, and glided toward the side door. Thomas followed, slipping into a smaller chamber, her office. Modest but well kept. A desk sturdy with use. Ink, parchment, aged wood. Less perfume, more power. She gestured. Sit. Thomas lowered himself into the chair, eyes flicking to the door. Always note the exits. Behind the desk, she rolled the signet ring between her fingers, testing its weight, raising it to the candlelight until the gold flared. We deal in coin. I don't extend credit, she said at last, voice even. Keep talking about how her voice is even. I think we get it. She's cool. She's cool, calm, collected. Thomas leaned back, smiling easy. I await a payment in coin myself. A queer world where a man's toil goes unpaid. The madam arched a brow, tested the ring between her teeth, then slipped it into her bodice. More work for me to turn it into coin. Thomas pressed a hand to his chest. My apologies for the trouble. I couldn't walk through your door empty-handed. Her eyes flicked over him, his bruises, the split lip, the coat still damp from rain and sweat. You're not carrying anything worse, are you? Pox, fever, syphilis has ruined many. Thomas barked a short laugh. I've my ailments, but none you'll catch tonight. She leaned back, drumming her fingers on the desk. Business has been slow. A pause, deliberate. What sort of companion do you seek? Thomas hesitated. He hadn't thought beyond needing a bed. He cleared his throat. Your finest, if you please. Someone not jaded. The madam's eyes glimmered with knowing. And shall she be one who talks, or one who doesn't? Talking never hurts, Thomas said with a smirk. He leaned back as if finished, then added lightly, Oh, and if possible. He lifted his hands, cupping the air before his chest in a pantomime that needed no translation. The madam's sigh was long, her face composed. I just like the madam sighed. I don't need this composed face. I keep overdoing it. This is the product of a vomit draft. The madam sighed, though a faint flicker of amusement passed in her eyes. Upstairs, first door on the right. I'll see to it. She rose, signaling the deal was done. Thomas gave her a lazy nod and dragged himself toward the stairs, every step heavier now that the fight's adrenaline had drained. The fight and his adrenaline had drained. Right? Okay. Woo! Sorry, gotta keep hydrated. The room waiting above was small, warm, lit by a single candle on the nightstand. Compared to the parlor below, it was plain. But to Thomas, used to soot-streaked alleys and lice-ridden cots, it looked like paradise. He sank onto the bed with a sigh, bouncing once against the feather-stuffed mattress. His hand smoothed the linen, a grin tugging at his lips. Better than I deserve. Better than I deserve. By the wash basin stood a row of combs. You know what? I don't believe he thinks that's true. I'm deleting this thought. I think he does think he deserves everything he gets so far. Everything good. By the wash basin stood a row of combs, perfume bottles, powders lined up neat as soldiers, and perhaps and powders lined up as neat as soldiers. He plucked one up, sniffed, and let the floral spice tickle his nose. A ridiculous indulgence. He dabbed it on his wrist anyway, smirking at the absurdity. Just that. A painting above the washstand caught his eye. Venus of Urbino. Likely a copy, but the reclining nude still held her power. Serene, knowing, a fitting choice for such a house. The door creaked open. A silhouette filled the frame, and the room seemed to shrink around her. Voluptuous, poised, moving with the ease of someone who belonged everywhere. She was no common courtesan. Enraptured by Venus's gaze, are we? Her voice was velvet, threaded with amusement. I feel like I've been using velvet a lot. Just means her voice was rich. Threaded with amusement. Thomas turned, smirk still tugging at his mouth. A fair rival. But art only ever imitates life. I feel like this line must belong to her. Must have been an editing mistake. Doesn't really make sense. Thomas turned, smirk, still tugging at his mouth. She stepped forward, dark eyes glinting mischief. Dangerous to weigh paint against flesh. Most men misjudge both. As she neared, she bent to his wrist, drawing the scent he'd stolen. A bold choice. Thomas blinked, caught off guard by her beauty. What? Her fingers brushed his cheek, then drew her own wrist to his nose, the same fragrance. That perfume, she said, smiling slow. A favorite of mine. Thomas exhaled momentarily, wrong-footed. His usual ease faltered. There was something about her. Steady, unreadable. I feel like I keep using steady for the madam, so it feels even more redundant here. Thomas exhaled, momentarily wrong-footed. His unusual ease faltered. There was something about her. I don't even need unreadable. Just something about her. That's why it's called something and not something specific there. I was told you have a talented tongue, she quipped. I was told you have a talented tongue, she quipped. He gave a startled laugh, covering it quickly with a grin. A poor tool in the presence of such beauty. Her smile curved, amused. How fortunate. Words are the paint we use for thought. Tell me then, what portrait would you draw of me? She let her shawl slip from her shoulders, fabric pulling at her waist. Pale skin caught the candlelight, soft curves displayed without haste or shame. Without shame. I don't know about the haste. Thomas leaned forward, confidence creeping back. A study in contradiction. A lady in bearing, yet you speak with a philosopher's candor. Candor. Ugh, so hard to do a British accent. Like art, Catherine breathed, her eyes on him. We're rarely one thing alone. but few care to look past the surface. She sat beside him, close enough that the mattress dipped. Her fingers grazed his thigh, light, deliberate. "And you?" she asked softly. "Will you look closer?" Thomas studied her. She was no ordinary courtesan. I feel like I've said that before. Whoops. I feel like I've already said no ordinary courtesan. Just overwritten. This thing is overwritten. Here. Thomas studied her. Her poise carried the weight of someone who had lived beyond these walls. Against his better sense, he found himself wanting to know more. "What's your name?" Her eyes lingered on him before sliding away. "Names matter little here. I insist." A pause, then the faintest sigh. "Catherine." "Your true name?" "All my life." He tasted it on his tongue, slow, savory. "Catherine." Thomas reached for her, fingers grazing silk. But she was faster. I think the silk has been dropped. Fingers grazing skin. But she was faster, with practiced grace. I feel like I keep using practiced too. Like, let's find synonyms for practiced. With expert grace, seasoned grace, skilled grace, accomplished grace, with proficient grace. With expert grace, she pressed him back against the bed, straddling him with a smile that held more command than amusement. Ugh, gross, Derek. Why are you writing like this? With a smile that all this amusement bullshit. Don't know why I do it. It's okay. I'm fixing a past writer's work. And even this writer right now is going to have a future writer grade his edit. And, that guy is not going to like what I'm doing right now. But whatever, it must be done. Good sir, let me take pride in my work. It was a declaration. Her terms. She could be hired, never possessed. Thomas smirked, settling beneath her. "And I submit." Catherine bent low, her breath warm at his ear, voice thick with promise. "Good. Now let us teach Venus a thing or two." Okay, and that is the end of chapter 4. I'm going to hit save. This makes chapter 5 up here. Boom. All right, another chapter down. That's how you have to do it. Ugh, my God. Okay. Chat, how are you doing? I know we've been live writing. It is a little... I do feel... Let's see. I was going to start this at 3, but... I was going to take a break at 3. But I think maybe I wouldn't mind starting a little bit earlier. Just because we got to a natural stopping point. Here we have chapter 5, the birth of the coup. Part of me thinks... Should I just go the extra 20 minutes and get into chapter 5? Because I want to show you how to treat writing like a discipline. And so we need to we can't always leave work early, right? 1 second. And like how we can't always leave work early, so sometimes maybe we'll just see how far into chapter 5 we can get. part of me was like, ooh, I want to eat a little something, take a little break, but we have a break coming up. You know, we get to take a lunch break early all the time. So I think I've got my answer. I think we've got it. Let's just do it. Hey man, Ukebox chillin'. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Um, let's let's uh let's move on to the next chapter. 1 second. Yeah. There we go. Let that thing cool off. That'll be my lunch when we get to a break. Chapter 5, The Birth of a Coup. Okay, for those of you who are not in the know, I'll set this up a little bit. We are alternating chapters between our protagonist and our antagonist, or really, um, um, uh, our anti-hero versus our villain, right? So this is Robert Devereux. Robert Devereux is a real person in history. He was one of the Queen's favorites, Queen Elizabeth I, who spent a lot of time with her. It's a rumor that they used to maybe have some sort of intimacy, although it was never really proven, but he was documented as having stayed at the castle all hours of the night into the early morning playing cards with the Queen. He was a dashing young man with a shock of red hair and a beard, and he led parts of the English army on different kinds of campaigns. He successfully led a raid on La Cadiz, which is a Spanish town that they essentially razed to the ground and stole their ships. It was very successful. He was hailed as a hero. England kind of knew him as a hero. And at one point, she sent him on a campaign to win back Ireland for England. And he failed miserably. He lost troops, he lost supplies, he handed out knighthoods like they were candy, kind of making them less special in order to just try and drum up as much loyalty to him as possible. And he ended up fleeing Ireland, kind of signing a truce that was not sanctioned by the Queen, because she sent them there to win, to dominate. And they reach, instead, he is in such dire straits that he signs a temporary ceasefire without the Queen's permission. And he rushes back to England during the ceasefire to try and win her favor back, because he knows she is going to be angry that this affects her politically, that he cost her a lot of money in time and embarrassment. And story goes that he burst into her privy chamber, her bed chamber. Either she was on the toilet or she was unmasked or undressed or something like that, or in a state of undress, whatever even that means in Elizabethan times. And it's rumored that Elizabeth slapped him, that he begged for her forgiveness, but she wasn't going to give it to him. She found it insulting what he did and how he approached her. She basically put him under house arrest as opposed to basically charging him with treason, which she could have done, likely due to their past relationship. We've covered all of that in the book as well. So that we've covered that in chapters 1, 2, 3, 4. We're in chapter 5. Robert is now under house arrest in Essex. His name is Robert Devereux is the second Earl of Essex, so he's in Essex House, which actually still exists in London. You may have heard of the last name Essex before. He is under house arrest right now. So what we're going to do in this chapter, what I attempted to do in this chapter, was build up Devereux's humanity, because right now we've seen him as a cavalier coward, someone who puts on a lot of bravado. To me, like when I was writing him, he during the first early drafts before I started learning a lot about him, I was seeing him as like a Will Ferrell character, very, very confident, even if he was inept. However, he's not inept. He is very confident, but at this point in his life, he just can't win anymore. He does not know that yet, of course. It's kind of like being in a horror movie, right? Like when you're acting in a horror movie, the actors shouldn't know that they're in a horror movie. Like, why are they scared to enter their house this day as opposed to any other day? Why are they always peeking around the corner? Like, you need a sound, you need something to trigger it. So with that being said, we have to write a Robert Devereux who doesn't know that he's set up for defeat. And the way that I circumvent that is what I did was I went and I researched his family life, and I gave him stakes. He's lost his status as a lord. The queen took away his monopoly on the sweet wine industry, which he had a huge investment and stake in. And his family, like imagine having to tell your wife that you can't go out in public without being embarrassed about me, and I'm not going to have any more money, and I don't know where we're going to get money anymore. And also, his wife's father, his father-in-law, used to be spy master for the queen. That means like head of espionage, head of secret campaigns for the queen. This is where it gets a little tricky. In this chapter, we do mention the father-in-law and his wife, who both have the name Francis. One has an IS and one has an ES. And this was a bit of a struggle. But that is history, and I want it to be true to history as much as possible. Of course, I do take some liberties. In real history, at this point in time, Sir Francis Waddingham was not the Queen's spy master anymore. By this time, he was too old to be a spy master, and he was close to death already, so he had been out of the game. Here, I make him very much alive and still a part of the Queen's ear to up the stakes for Robert Devereux. We know that because of history, he's going to try and plan a coup against the Queen. And literally, who is the worst person to try and plan a coup around than the Queen's own spy master, who is your wife's father? So those are the stakes that we've set up for him. Let's read through and see what I hate about this. We have 10 minutes. Let's go. Guards loitered by the gate of Essex House, cloaks drawn tight against the chill. On the other side, the Thames lapped against the stone dock. The dark water mirrored the lights of the mansion, too proud to admit it had become a prison. By daylight, it wore its old grandeur. High chimneys, carved beams, damp banners hanging in the gentle wind. By dusk, the building looked nauseous in the dour light of the moon, housing its poor prisoner like a stomachache. Inside, the scent of wax lingered in the hall. The tapestries fluttered when the wind struck the windows. Frances moved through the room, her newborn balanced against one arm, her voice soft, treading on the eggshells of her husband's silence. "I've kept the servants from speaking where it matters, she said. And I've told the merchants we're only awaiting the Queen's summons. But, my love, every shopkeeper in London knows you've fallen from grace. Devereux sat brooding in the dark near the window, staring out toward the Thames. His reflection shimmered on the glass. Frances shifted the baby to her other shoulder, shushing it gently. Your pride won't keep this house warm, nor your title feed your men. Feed your men? I feel like maybe her concern should be the family. Feed your family. Immediately higher stakes. Those men can go out and get jobs. A family needs Robert Devereux, especially in Elizabethan England. She said, with a tender edge. My father would have. Your father was a spider, Devereux cut in, weaving webs for queens, the same webs that now shackle me here. The hurt flashed in Frances's eyes. Those webs kept your neck from the rope more than once, she said quietly. Cecil is behind this, Devereux snapped. Rat! I should like to... He raised his boot, stamped it against the floorboards. The echo cracked through the chamber like a shot. I thought this would be fun until I italicize onomatopoeia, but it's just distracting. I'm not going to do it. From the other side of the door came a startled gasp, followed by the creak of a hurried step. Frances turned sharply, her gaze cutting to the doorway. Robert! A small shadow froze in the spilling from the hall. Frances's voice softened, maternal, even through tension. Stay out there, darling. Your father needs rest. This is why the story gets really confusing. Robert Devereux's enemy at this point in time. Sorry, there's a mosquito in here. Robert Devereux's enemy on the Queen's Council at this point in time is Robert Cecil. Robert also has a young boy who is looking up to him and still thinks of his father as a hero, who is named Robert. And then we have Frances, who is named after Francis, and everybody's named the same fucking thing. So, just trying to keep it straight. Hopefully, it's still clear. Try and use Devereux as much as possible and Robert for the little boy's name, because I do want this scene to exist, and you'll see why. A small shadow froze in the light spilling from the hall. Frances's voice softened, maternal even through the tension. Stay out there, darling. Your father needs rest. Devereux rose slowly, the chair legs scraping against the floor. Rest? He echoed. While vipers whisper in the Queen's ear, while Cecil fattens himself on my ruin? Frances exhaled, steady but pale. I feel like I've kind of talked about her demeanor already. My love, please, you can't afford another misstep. That word again, misstep. Something snapped at him. Did I say misstep already? Because we say a word again. Hold on, let me do a find and replace. This is important. But no missteps before. So we don't have a good reason to say that word again. But he can hate that word, misstep. Something snapped in him. He turned from the window, eyes flaring with fire. I've made none. I bled for her, bled for England. It's Cecil who poisons her mind. Frances didn't answer. The baby's wail rose higher, the air thick with its helpless cries. And in that silence between them, the walls of Essex. Well, there's not silence. The baby is literally crying. Come on, Derek, get it together. I don't like this either. A lot of cutting here. Misstep. Something snapped in him. He turned from the window, eyes flaring with fire. I've made none. I bled for her. How about this? Misstep? Question mark? I've made none. I bled for her. I bled for England. It's Cecil who poisons her mind. The baby's cries softened as Francis rocked her gently, whispering small comforts. Devereux stood motionless, fists clenched, the veins at his temples throbbing. From the hall came a tentative voice. Father. Devereux's head turned. The boy lingered at the threshold. Francis started to speak, but Devereux lifted a hand. It's all right, he said quietly. Let him in. Robert entered, small and solemn, clutching a wooden soldier carved from oak. The boy's steps were careful. Devereux lowered himself to one knee, bringing his face level with the boy's. The stiffness in him seemed to ease for a moment. Well, soldier, he said, a flicker of warmth in his tone. Come to inspect your old commander? The boy's mouth curled into a smile. Mother says you'll go back to the Queen soon to win more battles. Francis's voice faltered behind him. Robert? He rested a hand on the boy's shoulder, his voice low. Some wars are fought without swords. Some require courage of another kind. The boy looked puzzled, trying to piece together his father's meaning. Devereux drew in a breath, a sliver of pride in his face. When all seems lost, a man must stand taller, louder, until the world remembers his name. The boy nodded solemnly, as though committing scripture to memory. Devereux straightened, drawing himself up to his full height again. The boy's faith, pure and unspoiled, had rekindled something in him. His despair shifted, sharp and focused now, like a blade finding its edge. This is weird. Not the boy's faith, his son's faith. This will help. This will help. Devereux straightened, drawing himself up to his full height again. His son's faith, pure and unspoiled, had rekindled something in him. His despair shifted into something sharp and focused. He turned towards Francis, his voice lower, quieter, but burning with new intent. Send word to my friends. Tell them I mean to speak with them here. Her brow furrowed. Robert, what are you doing? What I must, he said. If the Queen will not hear me, London will. Francis stood still, the baby's soft whimper, the only sound between them. She searched his face, hoping to find the man she'd married, the charmer, the poet, the soldier whose laughter once filled the halls, but all she saw now was a man who had forgotten the cost of being admired. Robert, please, she said softly. They watch the gates. If word spreads, the Queen will hear me, he murmured. I almost want to find another synonym for reiterated too, like a stern reiteration. It's almost harsh. Adamant. Adamant is a great way to go. Frances moved closer, lowering her voice. And if she does not? Devereaux brushed past her, his hand briefly grazing the boy's hair in an absent gesture of affection before vanishing down the corridor. His steps echoed like distant drums. Okay. That was a short fucking chapter. But it is. But I said what I wanted to say in it. Maybe it needs more life. Maybe it needs a little bit more. Okay, alright, still. I'm happy with it. I said what I needed to say. Okay, that's the edit line. I'm saving this. We'll tackle Chapter 6, A Rogue's Reckoning. Next live stream. We're at 3 p.m. y'all right now. I think it's time. Make sure you save your files if you're working on your stuff too. I'm going to go ahead and close out this window. Get back to my full screen. Okay. Great. Guys, it is 3 o'clock. We're going to take a little 10-minute hydration / restroom break. I'll meet you back here at 3:10ish, and we will we'll start our digital writers room. So come prepared, or not at all, and we'll figure it out. We'll build the plane as we free fall. We'll do that as well. Okay, let's do this. Enjoy your 10-minute break.
Hey everybody, let's take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch, drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so. the break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the
How's everybody's break? Cool. I'm glad everybody had a good time here. It's that time. I'm gonna go ahead and start getting my whiteboard up. That's a catchy one, right? Super catchy. Okay, it's time, it's time. Don't worry about me. I'm getting everything straight for you. Okay. Feeling great, dabba dabba deep and dabba dee da da da. I love you better so. Okay. Here we are. We are on our writer's room. We are on our writer's room. So, writer's room. What is this? December 2nd. Welcome, everybody. Let's go ahead and bold this up. Increase the font size because it's super important. Put this right up here. Right up here now. Oui. And then we have, let me check. Looking all right? Oh, I'm covering it. You get it. How about that? There we are. So, let's do this, guys. Welcome to the online writer's room hosted by moi here. We are going to be writing a 5 pages or less sketch or short or commercial or TikTok video, whatever, right? You bring your ideas. We will we'll put them all out on the page. We will choose the one that interests us the most, and then we are going to start taking that idea and we're going to start workshopping it, coming at it from every angle. What if this? What if it was the wrong color? What if it was upside down? Or what if we played weird music over this really serious thing? Whatever it is, right? Going to come up with a premise. We're going to outline it, come up with some beats, and then we're going to start writing it. And then we're going to take our document, we're going to punch it up until 5 o'clock, and whatever it is, it is. Okay? So, with that being said, who is in the chat? Anybody left over from last time? We have Mialfa, always a pleasant lurker. Thank you. We have Mookie, who is 2 jobs at once at all times. Squeaka, thank you so much for the lurk. We also have Shade Master Jade and Asuka. in the chat. Mealfa! Finally! Oh my god, I've been wanting you to give me a little dancing dinosaur. And oftentimes, in the past 2 streams, I've asked you for the little dancing dinosaur, and I guess you've been lurking and haven't paying attention or whatever, but whatever. And I've been so disappointed that I didn't get my little dancing dinosaur. This really just made my day. Thank you, thank you. You can ask other people. He's always talking about me. I'll forgive him that little dancing dinosaur. Don't feel bad, but also feel bad, and always do it whenever you log on. Thank you, and please and thank you. Okay, I did. Yeah, the itch is gone. Okay, everybody, let's talk about the writer's room here. So right now it's a free-for-all. We'll do this till, what is that, for another 10, 15 minutes. We'll do this till like 3:30ish, where we're just gonna pop some ideas into the chat. I gotta kind of switch over, check the YouTube chat as well. So Twitch, YouTube, anybody has an idea for what to create, what to write? Put it out here. I'm gonna go ahead and open up my notes on my phone and see if I have any old ideas here. Okay, we're going to turn this into bullet points, numbered. Number 1. I think the saying, we don't negotiate with terrorists, is wrong. Like, please do. Yeah, a bomb. Right? Like, that's just an old note I found in my thing. I have a weird note in my phone. This pertains to my wife. I have a note that for a Christmas gift for LaToya should be brass knuckles. Do you know why I have that?
I think you just made that note.
Okay. Okay, anyway. Okay, anyway. Or I kind of like the idea of like, that actually reminds me, like, why is this stuff centered, not left justified? Select all, left justified, align left. Okay, so I like the idea of bad Christmas gifts. It's the holiday season. Giving a 5-year-old small brass knuckles. Something like that. Thanks, you know? I don't know why. Digging through notes. Explore the idea of structure where we don't know. Man, some of the random stuff I have. They're androids. It's just a note. Let's see. Oh, I had an idea for a book title. It's called Buy Me, You Moron. Can anybody do anything with that? No? I have a one-liner of a joke, like of a comedic bit. Oh, Mealfa, are you double dinosauring me? Oh my god. Thank you for the double dancing dinosaurs. Here's I guess this is just a joke. I don't know if it's a bit or not. Actors need to have abs because it's important for them to sit up quickly from a bad dream sequence. That's happened in every movie ever. More of like a pithy remark. Oh my god. What is this? I mean, some of these notes add fireflies. To what? Why? Mm-mm-mm. This one's a hot button issue. I don't understand white supremacy. If you're really supreme, then what cause do you have to suppress others? Ooh, one in the chat. Mookie says, a mix-up of Christmas gifts means a man must explain to his grandmother how she ended up with his wife's gift of sexy lingerie. Oh, a guy who won't admit that he messed up the Christmas gift wrapping. A guy who won't admit he messed up the Xmas gift. Name cards and must justify odd gifts. I like how we can actually just add that to the premise of this one. It's all bad Christmas gifts. Excellent. Excellent, y'all. Keep them coming. We're not done. Let's see. Oh, I had an idea for a scene. I don't think this is like funny or anything, but went to see a symphony and it was in the Walt Disney Concert Hall, and they have these huge speakers, acoustically, strategically placed for the acoustics in the Walt Disney Concert Hall or something. And they had this huge, huge speaker that was dangling above the composer. That's where it was placed, like directly above this composer. And it's like, and I wanted to do something where it's like, how often like I want to have like the speaker like constantly breaking and have reasons for him to like do the finale, and then he walks off stage and you think, oh, thank God he missed it. But then the audience like applauds him and he goes out and he comes back and the speaker breaks a little bit more and you think, oh my God, his encore is going to be the thing that kills him, but it doesn't. And then he goes back on, he goes back off, and there's another encore. It's like double encore. He comes back to and the speaker's like hanging by a few wires now, that kind of thing. I don't know where it goes. I just wanted to do dangling speaker system over unsuspecting composer. I have a feeling already that that will not be the one that makes the cut. My favorite Harlequin romance book title is April May or She May Not. I like it too. Mookie, now what is the idea that you want me to put on the whiteboard? April May or She May Not? Sounds like basically sounds like a pun sketch waiting to happen. Oh, I had another idea for a book. A book that's just uh, that just has a fancy title for people who want to look smart when they read. So, for instance, it could be musings on the principles of modern scientific um, or like quantum theory, but inside it's just fart jokes. Something like that. Late husband has returned to her in the form of a... Ooh. Oh shit. I think this one's like kind of sad, but I like it. Fuck. Let me see here. Get to work. Shoe babbling? Oh, okay, okay. Well, does anybody have anything else here? Let's see. None of this is helpful. Moving on. It's not the time. No. I better put that. Wow. Okay. Anybody else? Let me check the YouTube chat. Anybody in the YouTube chat have any ideas for something or other? Hmm. In the event of my death, a guy keeps making random testimonials in the event of his death. Tell Beth I love her. Cut to. She's a whore. He requests certain songs. He writes poetry and wants to be recited. He knows his brother will try and be funny, so he gives him detailed instructions on his eulogy. Okay, okay. So maybe this bit is actually more like anal retentive person leaves very strict funeral instructions. Just be a talking head. Okay, it's 3:30. It's one or two more, maybe. We have 7, 8. 8, 8, okay. Anything. Let's see. Hmm. Death metal band unplugged acoustic set. Okay, all right. Okay, okay. I have one more. Oh, shit. I keep doing that. All right. That's fine. Eight is fine. 4 apiece to vote on. Let's start voting on these things. See what we want to write. Number 1, I think the saying, "We don't negotiate with terrorists," is wrong. Like, please do. They have a bomb. So this sketch would be like the people who do negotiate with terrorists. And maybe, like, if you were going to bring in somebody to negotiate with terrorists, who would it be? Like, the first bad choice, like an auctioneer. Give me 2 bombs, give me 3 bombs, give me 4 bombs, 4 bombs, can we get it down to 3? Can we get it down to 3? Can we get it down to 2? We'll give you 1 hostage, 2 hostages, one blah, 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 bombs. Right? Or who else would be the somebody unlikely to negotiate with terror? Maybe like a therapist. We don't negotiate with therapists. Therapist. How does having the bomb make you feel? You know? That could be fun. Mookie, Chinese fortune cookies from a specific eatery is much too accurate and specific. Oh, I see what you mean. I see the premise. Too accurate. Chinese fortune cookies. I see where that's going. I like it. I could see that kind of sketch happening. Okay, so now we have 9. No more. If you have them, save them for next week's writer's room. We have to put a pin in things and move on, or otherwise we don't get things done, okay? So bad Christmas gifts, giving a 5-year-old small brass knuckles, or a guy who won't admit he messed up the Christmas gift name cards and must justify odd gifts. We have the dangling speaker system over the unsuspecting composer who keeps coming back out for an encore or a finale, or the reason that I wanted to actually compose this song for all of you here tonight is April may or she may not, which we found out was Mookie just saying things and doesn't have a premise behind it. A book that's just a fancy title for people who want to look smart when they read. Musings on the Principles of Modern Quantum Theory, but inside is just fart jokes. And we might have like an author, best-selling author, talk about, or hey, do you want people, just like, maybe it's the commercial. I hate to go back to a commercial parody, but it is. Hey, if you want to, this is the book for everybody who wants to appear smart on the subway without actually having to do any of the work. Do you like puns and do you like fart jokes? Well, try my book, The Quantum Theory for Quantum Musings on the Principles of blah, 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 blah. A woman's late husband returns to her in the form of a stray dog, which I don't think is funny, but I do think is an interesting premise. Of course, it's my premise, so what do I know? I'd love to bounce it off of other writers who come to this live stream to do some writing, right? We also have some anal retentive person who leaves very strict funeral instructions. I kind of like that a lot too, which should be like, Dad, you're always going to tell the go-kart story. Do not tell the go-kart story at my funeral. Here, I've actually composed a couple of psalms that I think will actually do the job a little bit better. If you say them in a low, gravelly voice, perhaps scream a bunch the night before so it feels like you're torn up when you're talking about me. Let's see. Hey, creative one, what's up? What's up? They are begging them to negotiate these two. Some sort of the other viewpoint. The people who have the bomb are upset because they don't want to negotiate. Oh, that's a funny, like, that's a funny premise too, right? Like, we're the terrorists, we have the bomb, we're not going to negotiate with anyone. And they're like, please negotiate. And then it's like, who do you send to negotiate? Like, lawyers negotiate, but also, I'm trying to think of like a bad negotiator. Like, who's the worst person for the job? Okay, we'll come back to that, but let's keep reviewing our stuff and then we'll select them. I don't want to spend too much time on a sketch that we don't do. This, I think, in this, it's kind of like more of like a sad short where it's like, does the woman actually believe it's her husband, or is she coping with grief, kind of? And how does the dog behave? Does the audience think that this dog is actually the husband as well? Like, does the dog know exactly where to go in the house to find the thing that he left behind? And then how seriously does the woman take it? She like, well, I guess I have to marry my dog, or I can't not take my dog on this dog on vacation. And if this dog is my husband, then what else? Then if this is true, then what else is true? And like, what are normal husband duties that dog should fulfill? Like, damn it, Gerald, you didn't empty the dishwasher. I know you don't have opposable thumbs anymore, but your jaws still work fine, right? Oh, okay, okay. And then we have the anal retentive person leaving very strict funeral instructions. We talked about that. And we have death metal band, unplugged acoustic set. So just somebody like maybe long hair, tattoos, in a quiet, intimate setting with candlelight around them, maybe. Think about like MTV's Unplugged. Just like softly playing a few chords on the acoustic guitar going, I am Satan's baby, am Oh, hey, first time in the chat. Little Miss Quality Noel. I say Little Miss, I don't know why. Quality Noel, if it's a comedy, maybe she is at the point of acceptance and she is ready to move on, and then the husband appears as a talking dog and she has to explain to her husband that she isn't ready to be a dog owner. Oh, that's funny. I love that. That's fantastic. That's a cool take too. I like how that evolved. Yeah. And then, of course, the last one, 2 accurate Chinese fortune cookies. So, open up a fortune cookie, and it says, you really need to start cutting gluten out of your diet, Dave. You're starting to hit your weight limit. You're about to move up a size in your jeans or whatever it is. Like, oh, God, how does it... Let me see your fortune cookie. Like, Dave, you shouldn't be stealing other people's fortune cookies. It's their dessert. You've always been like this. What is happening, right? Okay, so here we have 8. I'm going to ask everybody to go to the YouTube at the top. Also, if you haven't joined my YouTube page, do it, please. Thank you. Like, subscribe, follow, all that kind of stuff. But here I'm going to put up a poll that we can vote on. Unless, can I do polls in Twitch too? I think everybody's mostly in the... Let me do a quick Google. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, maybe I can do a /poll here. Oh, okay. I have never done a poll like this before. Hold on, I have to ban a bot. Pardon me. I don't even know what these polls look like. How do I set it up? Let's see. Type your question, 5 answers. Oh, I see, I see. All right, let's give it a try. Okay. Which excites you the most? Question mark. We have um, um, terrorist negotiation. We have bad Christmas gifts. We have, I'm going to cut the dangling speaker system over unsuspecting composer just because I'm trying to fit them all in here. Fancy titled book for dumb people. And then we have husband as dog. And then we have death metal, acoustic. No, we're not going to do that one. I'm just going to, we'll do Chinese fortune accuracy. Okay, I just want to make sure. So from now on, I'll just, if I do this, we'll do this for the next. Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes to vote, y'all. I'm starting this poll. From now on, I guess I could just come up with 5 ideas at a time. If you're on YouTube, be sure to hop over to my Twitch live stream to vote. Sorry, I'm asking you to cross the streams. Cool. My first poll on Twitch. Oh, I like that title. Creative one. I might just, yeah, you're right, creative one. I might just only do polls. It went north. I love it. I love a bad dad joke. A good dad joke. Oh my god, yeah, get in there, y'all. Come on, don't be shy. Wow. Husband as dog is really taking the lead here. Ooh. I love the democracy of it. I have to say, it's nice to not have to be the one to choose. So nice. It's a so nice. Snazzy book for the learned and culturally elite. All right. It's ending soon. It's ending soon. Be sure to get your votes in. Only 3 of you have voted. There are like 8 of you in the room. So, just saying. Even lurkers can click without chatting, you know? Lurkers, you're basically just voting on what you want to hear in the background. Isn't that nice? Woo-wee. And the time is ticking away. Ooh, one for bad Xmas gifts. That was me. I was actually just checking to see what would happen if it all wasn't 100% on something. It's cool. I like the statistics that it shows. Also, I think there's a lot to do with it, you know? There's a bunch of family members to insult, a bunch of different bits you could do. And then maybe somebody who thinks they got a bad gift actually got the perfect gift. You know, the uncle unwraps the butt plug and he's like, thanks. Did you see my Amazon wish list? You know, stuff like that. 12 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Stay warm, dude. All right, this voting is coming to a close about right now. I don't understand how the seconds thing, how these seconds work. It's just a little bar. But it's basically over. Unless anybody comes in during the stretch. No, they didn't. Y'all, we're doing husband as a dog. Husband as a dog. Okay. Husband as a dog wins. So we're going to take our Infinite Whiteboard, which is the Freeform app, by the way. Love it. We're going to take this idea here, copy, move all this shit to the side, go back. We're going to use this as our premise, as our log line. Remember, this, when we start to veer off in idea land, this is what we have to come back to. We're just trying to write something that is about a woman's late husband returning to her in the form of a stray dog. So, over here I have my little post-it notes, right? We are going to start, it's going to be 5 pages or less, all right? 5 pages or less. So each act is about a page and a half, if you had to think about it like that. What we need to decide as a writer's room is I'm going to do another poll. This one's going to be fast, all right? I'm not going to make it last as long. And it's very simple. Is this comedy or drama? I'm going to give you 2 minutes instead of 5. Real quick. Are we thinking this is going to be dramatic with comedic elements? Or just a ridiculous, farcical comedy where we figure out all the bits of what it means to have a husband for a dog? Or is this a sweet, heartwarming tale of a widow getting her husband back or dealing with grief, and then it feels a little weird or quirky or absurd kind of, you know, because there is inherent comedy in the situation because it is so exaggerated, satirical. Comedy's going to come out either way. But what kind of comedy, right? The kind that's born of dramatic irony? Or are we just going to do some slapsticky stuff? Mook, I don't know, we could do it. Remember the Up montage was about 4 minutes. And that got everybody. Everybody wants comedy. Okay. I know there's 9 of you in this room. Just want to make sure that the only 2 people who voted aren't driving the narrative that you don't want. Everybody seems to want comedy. Okay, it is comedy. Poll has ended, baby. So we're writing a comedy. So whenever I write comedy, I'm starting to think, okay, like SNL style comedy. Like what are the what's the premise? So now let's pitch comedic ideas to put on the board, right? Things husbands usually do. The grass. I don't know, Mook. We're going to figure it out. This is the writer's room. So throw out all the ideas that are comedic about a woman's late husband returning to her in the form of a stray dog. We'll take what works and turn it into something. And if there's something funny that doesn't fit the structure, we'll try and like rework that if it's funny enough, or we just have to kind of kill the darlings, right? Dishes. Sex. More to do, right? Kids from school. Oops, pardon me. Ba-ba. Oh, that's why I didn't get you. Okay. Come on, y'all. I know you got it in you. Give me some ideas here. What else? What else about having a dog as a husband? Like, if your significant other were to come to you in dog form, how would you react? How would you use them to your advantage? Like, oh, and then things that dogs do, right? Dogs need a walk, eat out of a bowl. Maybe some things are the same. That would be cool too. Let's make a list of like how dogs and husbands are the same. Both eat sloppily out of bowls. Both pee outside, right? Dogs need a walk to be groomed. Oh, I guess that's true for both, too. Need grooming. Nails clipped. Actually, that's true for husbands too. I'm realizing that maybe the joke could be that maybe life doesn't change that much. Like it's a heartwarming tale of a woman whose husband comes back as a dog, and like life is exactly the same. I'm still picking up after you. Must be picked up after. Let's see. How many of those things do you do? Yeah, I don't have kids. I don't know. You know, just the typical trope stuff, right? What else? What else? What else? What else? I would possibly try to make it that she discovers this fact, and now that she's been living with one, maybe it's the final reveal. Then it's just a woman with a then it's just a woman with a dog, isn't it? Oh, hey, okay, okay, creative one. I like that. Um, so you feed me. Getting sick on the carpet. That kind of like hacking thing that they do. It's so gross. Hacking sound. Equality Noel says maybe life is the same and it makes her realize how miserable her marriage was, and it ends with her kicking the dog out and moving on, or like putting the dog up for adoption. Like woman's life hasn't actually changed that much, ends up giving the dog for adoption or euthanization. I gotta say, I think adoption, because animal death does not play well on television. I'm just not gonna write, even if it's human and dog form, some animal dying. What else we have? Kennel life, life in a kennel. Put him in kennel in this cave. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. What else? What else? Let's do this until 4:10, I guess. So how are we seeing this? So if we're out of premises, how are we seeing this being shot? Is this like a I mean, I'm giving away my age, but this is like to me, it's like a 2020 story or like a news reporter. Hi, I'm Janine Fitzgerald, and have you ever had fleas? Well, what about your husband? This is the story of Anne Marie. Her late husband has been reincarnated and came back to her in the form of a stray dog. Today, we are talking to her about her unlikely yet fascinating story. Janice, or whatever your name is, tell me, how did you first realize that your husband was a dog? Well, you know, it was a miracle. First, this dog just showed up at my door, and he started scratching his balls, and I realized that's the same way my husband scratched at his balls too. Isn't that funny? And then whenever he knew where the secret thing in our house was, or like he spelled out his name in the dirt, he clawed out his name in the dirt. He wrote Tom in the dirt, and I knew that my dog had been reincarnated to blah blah blah. I like the idea of just out of improving, always itchy, fleas, ball scratching. Make this guy a real loser. And another one there. Boom. A podcast or YouTube video, self-confession blog. Okay, podcast, YouTube, video, self-confession blog. Got it on the board. Well, inappropriate looking. Jeez. Yeah. And then, bad idea. Dog in a coffin is empty. That is interesting. It's interesting. I don't know how it fits into the story. Okay, then we have now licking might fit with a yakking upchuck. I haven't heard it called upchuck in quite some time. Oh, I see. Here, I'll put it here, move it here, and just kind of attach it to inappropriate licking. Rectify. Oops. Okay. Got it. Then we have, oh wait, someone said reality TV show confessional. So like a talking head. Talking head confessional. I can kind of see that like on real TV. I would like to add something to this note, the reality TV show talking confessional. I think it seems so ridiculous, and reality TV shows are already kind of ridiculous inherently. I challenge you guys to come up with a TV show title for this reality TV show. Wow. My life as a married canine? What else? To me, like, maybe I'll do, actually, I'm gonna make a bullet list. I would call it dog ears. Anybody else got one? Doggone wild. Oops, there we go. Here's what normally happens. Famous expressions or phrases for being married, right? And then see if we could find a dog pun in there. Happy marriage, love is a friendship, grow old with me. Idiom for being married, tie the knot. Oh yeah, okay, let's just do famous idioms for being married. Getting hitched. Match made in heaven. like till death do us paw, right? Something like that. My husband became the alpha. Alpha husband? What am I typing? Right? Instead of alpha dog, alpha husband. I like that. Tied at the tail. Groovy. All right, so let's have a few more minutes just to think up any more ridiculous TV reality show titles, just in case that's the direction we go in. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole and us not use it. It's just kind of like we're having fun and we should have a little fun, right? Wedding ringworm. It's gross. I don't like it. Till death do us dog. Hi, Scooby Dooby Doo. Husband whisperer. I don't know. Mookie, which one did you LOL at? Is it worth the? Is it worth making it a title? Let me move it up a little bit so everybody can see. Okay. Okay, it feels like, I mean, at least on my end, it feels like Scooby doesn't do it for me. Argument. K9 KO. Oh, K9. I keep thinking about dog, paw, tail, but K9 is one. Nothing comes to mind immediately. "90-day K9 say." The Stray, The Stray. To me, that sounds like it would be Rover something something. Our marriage is Rover. Okay. My furry husband. Okay. Guys, I feel like this happens every time. I'm like, okay, we have enough. And then you're like, I figured it out. All right, we're going to stop doing titles. Everybody, put the brakes on titles. Okay. Last title, we're stopping at 10. This is getting too small. Yeah, well, we can't do everything that's easy, right? We have to do the hard stuff too. Okay, y'all, so check it out. We have all of our, God, I love this digital whiteboard so much. We have all of our ideas here. Let's see. That was a little too, kind of want to do something in between. Can I put my own there? No, it's got to be 75. All right, I'm learning. All right, a woman's late husband returns to her in the form of a stray dog. Look at all these things. Here are some things that husbands usually do. They cut the grass, they do the dishes, we bring up the idea of like having sex, doggy style, morally wrong, probably. And this 5 here is supposed to be protector. Dogs often need a walk, need to be groomed, have their nails clipped. Must be fed. Then we have dogs and husbands are the same. They both eat sloppily out of bowls, both pee outside, need grooming, need nails clipped, must be picked up after, exercised, right? If a woman's life hasn't actually changed that much, ends up giving up the dog for adoption. What did you feed me? Getting sick on the carpet, hacking sound, inappropriate licking. Oh, that's funny. Equality null. Good one, good one. Kind of like, I tried Googling. I don't know why I just gave her a country accent. My husband became a dog. But all I got was furry porn. I think that's the sentiment. Pup play. We gotta obey the leash laws. Oh, maybe we should put that under dogs. Must obey the leash laws. Okay. Okay. So, guys, it's almost 4:15 over here, meaning that we have a lot less time to write this. We have to start writing. So let's take the ideas that we have and start shaping them up into a structure. Okay, we need a structure. We need an Act 1, an Act 2, and Act 3. We need to understand the delivery system. What is the vehicle for delivering this information to the audience? We have the option of a reality TV show like with the Talking Confessional, and we have a podcast, YouTube video, self-confession, blog, and then I had a news report, journalism, investigation. Okay, so once we understand which one of these is our most powerful delivery system, then we know we have to write in the format of how a reality TV show is expected to function, how a news report or a journalistic investigation is expected to function, how a podcast or a YouTube video is expected to come across. They all have their own kind of cinematic language. So guess what I'm gonna do, y'all? I'm gonna put up a poll because a writer's room is often about coming to an agreement. Usually a showrunner will have the last call. In this case, it would be me, but I don't see a reason to not be diplomatic about this. I really want to know what you guys think would be the most interesting thing to do. So we're going to call this our delivery system. How do you see this playing out? As a reality TV show, as a YouTube video / podcast, okay, I don't have enough words there. You get it though. Or as news report. Okay, we have 2 minutes to decide. Pressure makes diamonds. Here we go, y'all. The delivery system. How and what structure are we going to write this in? Also consider, what are you most familiar with, so you can write it as well, right? If you don't watch reality TV shows, if you don't watch news reports, then it'll be a little tough. All right, less than 2 minutes. Loving the influencer angles. I know which one of those I'm most familiar with. Okay. There's a news report for someone. Okay, y'all, there's 8 people in here and a total of 4 votes. I'll be honest, I am unfamiliar with like the social media situation. But if the thing that we need to cite is who the F did I marry, then I'm gonna go look at that, and we're basically gonna steal the structure of who the F did I marry, and then I'll learn a little something today. Okay, voting is over. Poll shows as a YouTube video / podcast. Okay, y'all, so I, as the leader of this little writer's room, also know that that I should defer whenever something is not my strength. So give me examples to go look at about how you would like this to look. You've seen YouTube videos before that are dealing with something like this. You've seen social media that's dealing with something like this. Right now, I'm going to go and click on Who the F Did I Marry? And I'm going to watch it. The viral 50-part TikTok series by Teresa Johnson about her ex-husband whom she called Legion. Full series. Oh God, 7 hours. Okay.
NuFace Smart Microcurrent Skincare System. It goes.
You guys want to watch this with me, or should I watch it on my own time here? Let's see. I'll put it up on the screen for anybody who doesn't have it. Give me a second here. Let's go ahead and find it. Who the F did I marry? Okay. Show it. All right, just real quick. Let's, sorry, let me drag it over. It's so hard to find. We'll just put it right here. Okay, let's watch it together, see what's up.
Hi, and welcome. We all know why you're here. You're here for part of the new series that I am calling Who the Fuck Did I Marry? I'm going to create this playlist series, and I'm going to tell the story of how I met, dated, married, and divorced a real pathological liar. This is my introduction / disclaimer video. First and foremost, I'm going to be truthful, even if it makes me look bad. I'm going to be honest, but I'm also not going to be disrespectful to anyone that was involved. I'm not going to use people's real names because I don't have their permission to do so, and the system does not want any sort of litigation. I will tell you off the top, I have a sense of humor and I have sarcasm. So things that you see me laughing at, none of this is funny. But in order to get through it, I have to laugh. If I cry, I cry. I'm human. I'm a woman. This was traumatic. I'm going to do the best I can to upload as much of the story as I can, because I know people get so annoyed with the follow for part 4, follow me for part 17. I'm just going to do the best I can to keep uploading the videos each at a time. I'm going to go in order from the time we met until the time I got our
Okay, I'm gonna
divorce
jump ahead a little
decree.
bit because I understand what
So,
that means.
Was a teacher. He also told me he briefly lived in Augusta with his family. He had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. He also had 2 half-brothers on his dad's side. First phone call. So I'm just giving you guys the backstory. This was the first phone call we had. So we talked about family. We talked about friends. We talked about our jobs. At the time, I was working at Georgia State Patrol. And he knew this, and he just thought that was like, wow, you know, so you work with troopers all day. Yes, I did. Also in that phone call, he explained to me that he used to play football. He explained that he used to play arena football. I know nothing about arena football. I know about NFL, to be your helpmate. And I was like, God, you taking too long. I want to get married. You taking too long. I want to have a family. You taking too long. And these are the consequences. Kind of land. And he was like,
Got it
no,
in
we're
the
not
car.
doing
I
production
like.
there. It's just going to be offices, and that's where we're going to handle like the business portion. Came to visit us. She came to visit us after.
Okay, I'm getting the gist of this. I don't want to kill too much time because we have to write the sucker. Viral a couple months ago. Okay. So if who the F that I marry is our only thing, sorry, sorry y'all. I had to check on the chat, and that's the easiest way to do it. Okay, so if this is our only reference, cool. Let me go ahead and get it off the screen. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring up our final draft as well. And you get a new one started here. And if this is like a short if this is a bunch of like series, then we can literally write bit by bit. This kind of takes the pressure off of us, I think. So I have a new one here. We'll call this, oh, what are we going to call this? Let's see, what were we going to call this thing? Tied at the tail, dog on wild, dog ears, alpha husband, astray. Let's go with alpha husband. It's about, I kind of want, it's going to be told from the woman's point of view, right? We'll do our marriage is Rover. That way it's kind of alludes to that the woman is telling the story about the husband. Okay, perfect. Creative One says, getting the ahem wrong info from Googly goes into breeding a following for advice and support. Creative One, I'm so sorry. Can you clarify what that means? Is that like another bit for the piece, and how do you see it playing out? And feel free to type a bunch and get real specific. Usually in the chats, people give me fragments of ideas, and it's like somebody telling you a dream. It's like, I don't know. But where does it go in the story? You know, the why, the how, what's the punch to it? Why is it funny? Just kind of write out how you think the bit plays out so I can understand you just a little clearer, if you don't mind. Okay, let's keep going. We have our final draft. Did I open it up in OBS is the question. No, let me do that real fast. Let's open final draft. Our marriage is Rover. Okay, y'all. Let me put it up over here. Okay, all right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to eliminate the chat so I have a little less clutter. Forgive me. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Let me organize this a little better. Sorry. This is tough to do. And then maybe I can move this over here. Oh, you know what? Actually, we should do less. Sorry, y'all. This formatting is a little tough to figure out, but I'll get there. Put this under me. Maybe a little something more like that. Okay. So we have a blank page. We have our whiteboard with all of our ideas on it. And let's start looking at that. Oh God. Just trying to clean it up for me over here. That didn't work. Okay. So we have and so what we need to do here is we see that we have an intro disclaimer, right? So here we have like interior, bathroom, night, seems like, because the lights were on. There wasn't like a lot of natural light in that bathroom. A woman, let's call her Joyce. I don't know why, just watched Stranger Things, so maybe we'll call her Joyce. I don't know, we'll say 30s, maybe 40s, like she's had a husband for a while. Husband Joyce, 40s, stands with her hair wrapped in a towel, applying moisturizer. Forget how to spell moisturizer, and addressing her camera. A la, who the F did I marry? Okay, so now we have Joyce. And let's take a look at our bits. We have, the first thing that Joyce did was open up with a disclaimer. So if anybody wants to give me dialogue, suggestions, feel free to do it. I'm going to have to click around on the chat. You guys should see my desktop. It is littered with all sorts of windows. Let me see. Let me check the chat actually before I get too deep into anything. Creative One says, to clarify your initial thing, you said, first finding out for certain that it's her husband. She has to rationalize it, searches the web, and just finds the inappropriate sites. Some from there are giving her terrible, unusable advice. She makes her own following videos or live stream in order to find anything doable. Okay, I understand. Excellent intro. So what you're saying is we need steps, and you're absolutely right. Your instinct is right. So I'll put this here just because it's around. Step 1, rationalize, right? That'll be the Googling step. Try to find help. Then it's acceptance. Step 3. You know, we could also maybe even use the what are the steps of grief? Step 3 could be denial. Step 2, anger. I don't know. When you're at anger, I don't think that's the next move because it's not necessarily grief, but denial, rationalization, acceptance. I think then it'll go to anger. Depression. Bargaining. And we're going to add something new here, resolution. Acceptance is usually the last step of the stage of grief, right? But here we need her to accept the premise before we can start to play with it. And so our last step will be whatever the resolution is, whether she gives him up for adoption or puts him down or whatever that may end up being. Let me go ahead and check the chat, see how you guys feel about that. Bartering is in that rationalization. Yeah, bargaining. Yeah. Do we see the husband dog? If so, is it at the start or middle or end? Well, let me ask you this, guys. In the entire Who the F Did I Marry series, do we meet her husband, or does she just talk about him? Also, keep in mind, yes, I have a dog here, but if we want to ever shoot this thing, she is not that well trained. She's cute, but obedient and all that stuff, no. So part of me thinks just for production purposes, almost like using like old photos of the dog. Yeah, this is him, and just have like the most absurd photo of a dog you can have, just like licking their own balls or something like that. Oh shit, she just talks about him, but someone doxes him and starts making his own videos. It would be kind of funny if he had like a retaliation video, like in response to this. We contacted Spot, and he had this to say, and it's just a dog like staring blankly at a camera, and maybe if we can get a bark, we can have like a subtitle being like, "You think I'm a bitch? That girl's a bitch," or whatever. She's always been like that. She always wanted kids, and now that she has something to take care of, she doesn't want the responsibility. Blah 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 blah. She was not happy that someone found her ex because she didn't want him to get attention since the guy is actually insane. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. And now all these women who want to marry their dogs are reaching out to my ex, and he's having the time of his life. He's getting treats all the time. You don't need to feel bad for him. Right? Or what if What if it's my sister took him? My sister took him. That could be funny. Like, oh, he lives with my sister now? He always liked my sister better than me? That could be something. Let's keep going. I like the idea of like winds up at his wife's sister's place. I think that's kind of the soft comedic answer. Like the play it safe kind of soft comedic answer. Okay. Let's do this, y'all. We need to write Joyce's disclaimer. Hey, everybody. I'm going to tell you the premise of my story. Everybody. It's your girl, Joyce. I decided to start this TikTok series because a lot of y'all don't believe me when I say it, so I'm just gonna TikTok lay it all out in the order it happened. I'm gonna be honest, even if it makes me look dumb. I'm gonna be respectful. And I hope, what does Joyce want? What does she hope to get out of this? Does she want people to believe her? No matter what we're doing, we have a character, right? And a character wants something rooted in reality. What does Joyce want? Does she want people to believe her? Does she want TikTok fame? Does she want, does she just want to get this off of her chest so she just can stop trying to say the story all over again? Nuki says, my husband did not even come back as a cute dog. Just look at this MRI. Nice call back to the MRI. I love it. Oh yeah, what kind of dog is the husband? Husband is a pug? Funny how life works, right? How that little thing that we threw away, that Mama Buckle gave us at the top of the chat, ended up being so useful. Hold on, my dog is whining at me, actually, right now. Do you have some ideas, or should I bribe you with a treat? Looks like I gotta bribe her with a treat to get to the end of the stream. Here you go, babe. Here you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, yeah. Follow me on all my socials. Links in the bio. I gotta figure this shit out. That's great. Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. I love this. Let's, okay. So we're almost done with just a blanket intro here. When I'm respectful, and I'm gonna be respectful. And, my hope is that if anyone else out there has experienced this, that you will reach out, and maybe if this happens to you, can learn from my mistakes. She puts the cap back on her moisturizer. Just to break up, so it's just not all dialogue. We got to give her little actions too, right? It is cinematic. First, please follow me on all my socials. Links in the bio. We gotta figure this shit out. Okay, okay. And so that's like, we can almost do these in like shorts form. Like how long can a TikTok video be, or like a 60 seconds might be a good thing, a good time duration per video. And so we could start like adding a little structure to this. We'll call this video 1. It's just something that she filmed in her bathroom. Great. Oh, she also said in her first video that she married a compulsive liar or something like that. So 15, 60 to 10 minutes. Okay. So, but she said the premise in her first thing. She was like, this is my journey chronologically about how I married a compulsive liar, right? And here we don't have this. We have to say the thing. We have to hook the audience, just like a real TikTok audience. And she also titled her series, "Who the Fuck Did I Marry?" Right? Who the F did I marry? So everybody, it's your girl Joyce. I decided to start this TikTok series here right at the top, as soon as possible. TikTok series about how my late husband reincarnated as a dog that I adopted because a lot of y'all don't believe me when I say it. I'm calling this series My Marriage is Rover. What does she say? She said, I'm calling the series My Marriage is Rover. I know it sounds like I'm joking. I do have a sense of humor, but y'all, if I don't find a way to laugh about it, it'll make me cry. So I'm just going to lay it all out in the order that it happened. This poor actor. She unwraps the towel and starts combing her hair. You know, just give her some actions to break up these beats, because if an actor just gets a huge page of just like a giant monologue, they'll be so intimidated they'll freeze up. But if they literally see it in chunks, it feels more approachable, right? Okay. I'm going to be honest, even if it makes me look dumb. I'm going to be respectful though. my hope is that if anyone else out there has experienced this, that you will reach out, and maybe if this happens to you, I think this needs to, it'll be funny to reiterate, and maybe if your loved one comes back as a pet, you can learn from my mistakes. I want to switch these actions. This belongs here. Okay. Do things in order. Okay. And TikTok does have a live stream option too, as I've heard. Okay, cool. I'd like to, I think just movement, like a sense of movement. Video too. Interior car. Day. Right? Joyce sits in her car speaking to a phone mounted on her dash. Okay, Joyce. So let's start going through our steps, right? We have denial. So we have the backstory too. My husband, Tom, died in his human form in late April. Then, you know, I was sad, of course. I was grieving and not going out very much. And let's say then one day, this stray pug wandered into my yard. Late April of last year. I was sad, of course. I was grieving and not going out very much. Then, not just one day, then the exact same day, Tom died. A year later, the stray pug wandered into my yard. Tyler's Kitchen, the woman. Oh, yeah. I feel like I've heard of this Equality Null. JR wants pup. I saw your comment. No, he's not acting like he's even housebroken. I know better. Oh, I see. That's cute. I like that. I'm going to make that a note too. 10 minutes. Okay, y'all. Here's what I will say. We are not going to have the time to finish this. But the good news is that you can always come back next Tuesday. We still have 10 minutes. I want to see what we can get done in 10 minutes. Remember, we're treating writing like a job. You don't get to leave work early. I mean, we do try and sneak out early, and occasionally it does work, and it does feel awesome. However, Not today. Not today. The exact same day Tom died, and 1 year later, the stray pug wandered into my yard. And y'all, I looked at this dumb pug's little face, and I swear it recognized me. It came right up to me and started humping my leg, just like Tom used to do. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but a car horn honks. Joyce rolls down her window and waves them to go around. She rolls her window back up. So I took Tom, the dog, the stray, to me at this point to the vet. He wasn't chipped and wasn't posted as missing anywhere. And he seemed to really like to nestle into the cleavage, also like Tom used to do. And I'll admit, it got me. He love bombed me. Big gulp. Joyce takes a sip of a big gulp, maybe, just to break it up. Next Tuesday is Christmas. Don't you get out of here, creative. Why are you lying like that? Let's see. Joyce takes a sip of a big gulp. Just trying to break it up for the actor. Help your actors out whenever you can. Here's where it got crazy, though. As soon as I took him in, he knew exactly where everything was in the house already. He would get up on his hind legs and paw at Tom's photos as if to say, "That's me." And y'all, I'm telling you, I thought I was just suffering from grief, and my mind was playing tricks on me. But this little bastard knocked over a jar of dried spaghetti noodles and a tissue, and used them to spell out the name Tom? This will be like a cut to photo. Spaghetti. Dried spaghetti. Spelling out Tom on the floor. Would it be a crime if his name happened to be Homer, then Rover Vids, or a play on that name too? I don't get it though. What do you mean? Homer, like Homer Simpson, or Homer, writer of the Iliad and the Odyssey, or like I don't get it. I'm just gonna guess. Oh, you mean for the title, the show title? Maybe like if his name was simultaneously a guy's name and a dog name, you mean? I was in the developing of just Tom, one thing that I just picked was like something easy a dog could maybe spell out without being like you know, if the guy's name was like Stefano, it would be crazy for this dog to indicate. I don't know. I'm just trying to get to the premise faster. So, you know me, I'm all torn up. I called my mom. I called my BFF. I called my psychic. None of them would leave me. I started asking this little pug questions. Pug yes or no questions. And told him one bark for yes, two for no. You know what? He understood me. It was wild, y'all. Something like that. Oh, it is 4:59. Hey, everybody. That's kind of how the cookie crumbles, right? Treat your writing like your non-writing life. You need to have a work-life balance. We streamed for 5 hours successfully today. We got through a little bit of this cool, fun sketch idea, and I learned a little bit about who the F did I marry? So I'm learning too. I think it's really fun. We're going to keep doing this when we come back next week. We do have to finish our work. So thanks so much. Thanks so much for coming in and joining me and doing the live writing stuff. We have a lot of work to do. Come back next Tuesday from noon to 5. I'm going to continue to do my novel writing, and then we'll do the writer's room. The good news about the writer's room next week is that we won't have to do all these polls. We won't have to generate a new idea. If you all come back, then we'll just finish punching up the one that we have. Be sure to, in your off time, think about this. Think about it, throw it away. Your subconscious will start to develop an idea. If you want to, you could always drop it in the Discord as well. Let me go ahead and give you my Discord link. real fast. Switch. I should be writing. And welcome. Invite. Do my invite people link. Okay, so real quick, some little housekeeping. If you end up with an idea and you don't want to lose track of it, you're be more than happy to put it in my Discord server. Be sure to go ahead and join the Discord server if you haven't already. Also, if you haven't already, go and take some time to go to my YouTube channel. I've pinned a link at the top of the chat. Be sure to like and subscribe for videos and shorts and exercises that we've done in the past. And we're going to pick up where we left off next Tuesday. Guys, thank you so much for a wonderful writing session. So happy to have you. We got a lot done. We got a whole chapter and a couple paragraphs of another chapter done and edited. We made some writing videos for YouTube. Very cool. And with all of you, all of your imagination, with all of your contributions, we have started writing a sketch. We've only gotten about 2 pages in, but if you check the whiteboard, we have a lot of stuff to turn into pages. And if you're talking about YouTube videos, we've already shot one, right? Because let's say these TikTok videos as a rule are 60 seconds. Well, 1 page equals 60 seconds of screen time. So we've literally already shot one of the TikTok videos in the series of the TikTok parody that we're creating based on Who the F Did I Marry? I learned about Who the F Did I Marry? So a really great productive day. I'm just proud of everybody, and I'm just so grateful that you all showed up. I really loved having you here. I think we should also raid somebody. I see that Gabriel St. Art is online. And so we're going to raid Gabriel Saint. I know he's going to be doing some art. You could talk to him also about the commercial parody that we wrote last week if you want to. And yeah, just thanks again, guys. We're going to start this raid right now. Thank you so much for coming in. Remember, next Tuesday, noon to 5 Pacific Standard Time. And I can't wait to see how the rest of this TikTok series shakes out. Okay, bye everybody. Have a great day.